the team responsible for making that happen, as well as programming Dragon's crew displays.
The Dragon software team is responsible for all the code that lives on the vehicle to be able to fly in an autonomous way. Autonomy in the vehicle basically means that Dragon can fly itself. Dragon is able to take a set of inputs, make a decision, and then output those things to a particular system. So we put a lot of brains or a lot of code onto the Dragon capsule directly to be able to fly to the station and back. We're also responsible for all of the displays code, so all of the software that lives on the displays and through displays that the astronauts are using. There's a lot of information available on the displays overall. There are overview plots of all the major systems that fly on Dragon. So for example, the propulsion system, the thermal systems, the life support systems, the avionics systems. We provide block diagrams available for the crew to be able to get a general sense of awareness of each of these systems, their health, their status, if there are any faults or failures. So we write all of the code, and then we also validate it and test it to make sure that it works in the ways that we expect before launch.
It's fascinating the effort that goes into making that software. And there's a view inside the crew access arm, Rajachari, Tom Marshburn, as they make their way looking out the windows towards their spacecraft. It's a great shot inside that.
That is a great shot.
That access arm.
And there they are approaching the end. The capsule's just
white
off to their
room,
left.
Right?
Yep.
There's a little tradition that happens inside there.
Yes, we will sign the wall of the white room. Got to make our mark.
And they're starting to do that there and getting a little guidance from one of the closeout techs.
All stations
if you're
core
just
on
joining
countdown.
us,
Pilot and commander have arrived at the white room. We are 10 minutes ahead of schedule.
The announcement of arrival. If you're just joining us, you are watching live coverage of NASA's SpaceX mission known as Crew 3. Good evening and welcome to the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. I'm Daryl Nail, along with a recent passenger aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon, NASA astronaut Shannon Walker. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. I am so excited to be here tonight.
You've given us some great insight. And not only that, I get to watch a launch with an astronaut, which is pretty cool.
I get to watch a launch too, so it's all good.
It's all working out. So we are watching the first two astronauts get ready to board, and there's been some mist out there, so we got to dry off the helmets.
Yes, yes. As I said previously, you don't want to have a wetsuit when you get into the capsule. So the suit techs there will make sure that everything is just right before the crew gets inside.
And it's a bit of a maneuver to get inside, Shannon, that you practice, and we're about to see that.
Yeah, you'll see that the astronaut has to carefully bend down and step over the hatchway. They do this for a couple of reasons. One, obviously you don't want to hit your head on the capsule going inside. You don't want to hurt your helmet at all. And then two, you don't want to nick the seals on that hatchway because you need those seals to work properly to maintain pressure inside the capsule.
And we just saw Raja step inside, and next up is Tom. And it's they're carefully placed inside. I saw one of the techs, hold him up, say, well, hold on.
Right, right. We do this just so the choreography needs to be just right. So Raja's getting settled inside. He will be followed by Tom. And then after that, you'll probably see the suit techs go inside and start assisting with the strapping of the seat belts.
And good evening, Raja. I have you loud and clear. Welcome to Endurance.
All right,
Thanks.
for now, let's...
I got you loud and clear as well.
Had a communication check there, and we'll watch Tom ingress to the Dragon capsule carefully. Watch your head.
Yep, watch your head, watch the seals.
As he goes inside and takes a seat right next to the commander, Rajachari. And for now, let's check back in with Jesse and Courtney back at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Jesse?
Thanks, Daryl. Right now, we're watching the crew ingressing Dragon, which is just a spaceflight term for climbing aboard. Ingress is what we use when crew members are getting into a spacecraft or airlock, while egress means the opposite. They're exiting. Before climbing into the capsule today, the crew completed a foreign objects debris check, or FOD check. That means they themselves have to be inspected for any substance or debris that isn't supposed to be on them or their suits, which could potentially cause damage to Dragon.
To help protect against debris, the crew has covers on their boots as well as their umbilical port on their suits that need to be removed before they can ingress. As you can see on your screen, they are now actually crossing the crew arm right now, and soon they will start ingressing into the vehicle and then start attaching their umbilicals to their suits from Dragon, and the suit techs are there to help them as needed along the way. And what a great shot of a couple of our crew members crossing the crew access arm, waving hello. The umbilicals allow the crew to have comms through their suit, air to help keep them cool, as well as delivers nitrox for the suit pressurization. Now, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization.
Yeah, that's right. And there are 4 seats configured right now inside of Dragon, and they are numbered 1 to 4 from right to left when looking at the seats. Rajachari will be in seat 2, or the commander seat, and Tom Marshburn will be beside him in seat 3, which for Crew Dragon is the pilot seat. Kayla Barron will be in seat 1, and Matthias Maurer will be in seat 4. Directly in front of the crew members are 3 displays, which they'll use throughout flight, getting inside into Dragon systems, seeing any alerts or issues with the vehicle, if required, taking control and manually flying Dragon.
Now we're getting some great shots of the crew members signing that white wall room. And once they ingress and get buckled in and strapped into their seats, they will do a comm check to make sure that they can hear mission control, and then their seats will be rotated into position for launch.
And the crew looks happy as ever as they're running through some of these final steps before climbing into Dragon. Again, this is really their last stop on Earth, right here in the White Room.
Looks like they're trying to say hello to the camera there, saying hello to the world.
Again, wiping off those helmets. There was a little bit of rain outside before they entered the building, so they just have to make sure that their suits are clean, their helmets are clean. They also have a protective layer on their boots that's taken off before they get inside of Dragon. You can almost think of it as if you just cleaned your floors and you have something on your shoes that you don't want to bring into your house, you would take those off at the back door. And that's basically some of those steps that they're running through right now.
And as you mentioned, Courtney, you mentioned FOD, foreign object debris, even water. A foreign object debris is basically anything that is not supposed to be where we expect it to be, and that includes that water, that rain, any of the dirt while they were walking outside. So we want to make sure that we keep that outside of the Dragon capsule and keep that clean room environment inside of that
SpaceX
vehicle.
Dragon,
And getting a view now.
C3 comm check.
And Tom, great to hear your voice. Welcome.
That's loud and clear, Sarah. Good to hear your voice too.
And we'll hear some of those informal comm checks as they climb aboard Dragon and get hooked in to their umbilicals and into their seats. Getting a view right now inside of Dragon. Rajachari closest to us right now.
Sarah, this is Kayla with a comm check from seat 1.
Kayla, I have you loud and clear. Great to have you on board. Welcome.
Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
And again, an informal comm check from Kayla Barron, mission specialist on this mission. And you just saw them already working on those displays. Those gloves that they have touchscreen capabilities, so they're able to just get into their seats and get right to it.
It must be pretty exciting. As soon as they got into their seats, they started to check it out.
And we can see Matthias Maurer climbing aboard now.
And Dragon is designed for up to 7 crew members, but today we only have 4 crew members, so it is configured for the 4 crew members on board Crew 3 today. But underneath their seats is where the extra 3 seats would be since we don't have them, we actually use that space underneath their seats for cargo.
Yeah, and you'll actually get to see some of that cargo once those seats get rotated into launch position, which is one of those visual milestones that we'll run through. But right now, we're standing by for some official comm checks from all of the crew. We've already heard some informal comm checks, the crew getting excited as they get into their seats, get hooked up to their umbilicals. Those umbilicals, of course, providing air and comms through their suits. And these suits fit specifically to each astronaut, from the gloves to the top, the bottom, and the boots.
Yeah, they are custom made, and we always say that it's basically an extension of the Dragon capsule because of how this is basically their own personal AC unit
SpaceX Dragon,
attached to
seat
them.
4, contract is Matthias. Sarah, how do you read me?
I have you loud and clear, Matthias. Guten Abend und willkommen.
Wonderful, Sarah. I also have you loud and clear. Ich freue mich auf den Flug.
And another successful informal comm check from Matthias Maurer. Again, all 4 crew members of Crew 3 now inside Dragon.
Yeah, and you can see the suit techs are there helping them get strapped in. This is a 5-point harness buckling them into their seats. Looks like Rajachari and Tom Marshburn are already buckled in as Matthias and Kayla finish up getting connected to their umbilicals and get their harnesses buckled up. And again, the suit techs are following procedures, specific procedures to make sure that they do check everything. And once the crew members are all buckled in, they'll also check around the cabin and make sure that the cargo is packed away exactly how they planned, make sure that there are no loose objects inside of the cabin, and finishing out their closeout procedures before they close the hatch.
One of the things we've mentioned several times are those umbilicals that they get hooked into once they're seated. Those umbilicals allow the crew to receive communications through their suit. They also provide air to help keep them cool and comfortable, as well as delivering nitrox for suit pressurization. Of course, these suits' primary function is to protect the crew in the unlikely event of a cabin depressurization.
Yeah, that's right, Courtney. So they'll keep these suits on all the way through ascent. Once they get out into orbit, as they cruise to the International Space Station, they'll be able to doff their suits or get out of their suits and get a little bit more comfortable on the ride to the International Space Station.
So again, we've run through some informal comm checks. There will be some more formal comm checks coming up. They'll be doing multiple comm checks through multiple paths to Dragon. They'll do some through TDRS, and that's our tracking data and relay satellite system. We use that for communications with the International Space Station as well. They'll also do some ground checks. You'll hear the term ground, which refers to the ground stations around the globe, allowing us to get communications to Dragon, to the multiple ground stations, again, here in Hawthorne, Mission Control Hawthorne, where Jesse and I are, as well as Mission Control Houston being 2 of the main players in the climb uphill. Once those comm checks are completed, their seats will be rotated into position for launch.
Yeah, and it's getting pretty exciting. This is like one of the most exciting parts when they start getting settled into their seats in Dragon. It starts really getting real, and they start doing those closeout procedures to close everything out inside of the capsule and then close the hatch. And as Courtney mentioned, we are just waiting for comm checks coming up next. And then following comm checks, they will do seat rotation followed by suit leak checks.
You can see Tom Marshburn and Rajachari really starting to work on those displays above them. But as we mentioned, once they do get rotated into launch position, they'll be able to see those displays much easier. Their arms will be able to reach them much easier. And like I mentioned before, they do have touchscreen capabilities on those gloves.
Yeah, but you can still reach screens even in a seat rotation right now.
So if you're just joining us, the crew already arrived at pad 39A. They walked down the crew access arm to where they are now inside of Dragon. Of course, they made that stop in the White Room. They got to sign the wall before climbing in. They also did a FOD check, or foreign objects debris check, to make sure they weren't bringing anything that could potentially harm Dragon or them on their climb uphill to the International Space Station. Getting views now inside of Dragon. Commander Rajachari closest to us, Tom Marshburn to the right of him on your screen right now, giving a thumbs up. Yep, and everything is still on track right now for an on-time launch today. So let's check in with John Innsbrucker for the latest with the health of both of the vehicles. John, what's the status so far?
Well, the good news, Courtney, is everything's looking good. We've got just over 2.5 hours remaining in the countdown until Falcon 9 lifts off with Dragon and Crew 3 aboard, heading for the International Space Station. Now, the Dragon Launch Ops team has completed their major activities to prepare the spacecraft for the astronauts, obviously, now that we've got the crew inside. We've done checkouts of the major systems, including the escape system. We've got all 4 crew members inside the capsule, getting strapped down, getting ready for their comm checks. There are no issues in work right now on the Dragon spacecraft. Now, in the next few minutes, we should be starting up the comm checks with the crew and Dragon. We heard the informal ones as each member got hooked up, but there are 3 sets of comm checks that get done. As Courtney mentioned, the first one is the umbilical comm checks. That's essentially a hardline harness that's attached from the ground up through the launch tower into the Dragon capsule, right to the spacesuits. Then we'll do a check with the ground station. That's essentially where we bring up a SpaceX ground station here on Earth, and we talk to the crew through the radio frequency link. And then lastly, when we're on orbit, we will also use the NASA tracking and data relay satellites called TDRS. That's a constellation of 10 geosynchronous satellites that allows us to be in communication with Dragon most of the time when it's in orbit, and especially when we may not be over a ground station. So we're waiting to hear those call-outs right now in the Dragon countdown procedure. And once they're complete, then we'll move on into the next step, which is essentially getting the crew into launch configuration and backing the ground support team out of the capsule. Now, over on the Falcon 9 side, the team is located in Firing Room 4 in the Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center. They're settling in for their final checkouts and propellant loading and launch. Now, the Falcon 9 team will also undergo comm checks with the crew. That happens about T-minus 2 hours when the various responsible engineers who bring information to the crew during ascent, the avionics engineer, the guidance nav and control engineer, the propulsion engineer, they all make sure that the crew can hear them as they report the status of Falcon 9 as we head uphill into orbit. Now, currently on the range, the third of what we call the 4 factors to support the launch: spacecraft, rocket, then we've got range. They continue to report no problems. They're releasing the weather balloons for us, and we're gathering the data as the balloons get up to altitude to let us know what the wind shear looks like. Good news is the weather, the 4th element, is looking good for launch. We're still showing a 30% probability of violation, but the things haven't changed. Weather forecaster still believes that the weather will stay to the west of the launch pad and we'll have good conditions for launch. Now, we're looking at weather not only at the launch site, but around the world. We need to be able to get Dragon safely down if there's a splashdown in the Atlantic, for example, in the case of an escape maneuver. We're also monitoring contingency splashdown locations if the crew had to come back to Earth before docking with the space station. Now, if this were to happen, SpaceX and NASA, as I mentioned earlier, we are coordinating with the U.S. Coast Guard to ensure crew safety upon splashdown. That includes extra ships and air assets to patrol a 10 nautical mile keep-out zone. This helps mitigate safety concerns for any boaters who might be trying to approach the landing area. But the good news is the clock continues to count down at T-minus 2 hours, 27 minutes, and 35 seconds. All systems are go. We're going to head back over to Jesse and Courtney here just across from me in Hawthorne as we wait for the communication checks with the Crew 3 team.
Thanks, John. As John just mentioned, we are waiting for the formal comm checks And in order to get to where we are today, it did take years of hard work. The development of Crew Dragon really started with the cargo Dragon. Dragon was designed from the beginning for flying humans to space, so much so that even the first Dragon cargo Dragon had a window. Before we could fly humans, our teams implemented a number of design upgrades to make sure that both Dragon and Falcon 9 are suitable for flying people, and then put both vehicles through thousands of tests to prove their safety. Since Demo 2 in May of 2020, SpaceX has been regularly flying crewed missions for NASA at the cadence of about one flight every 6 months. Now, today marks our 4th human spaceflight mission for NASA and 5th overall. For those following along, we launched the first all-civilian mission to space last month from this very same launch pad. With inspiration for the 4 civilian astronauts, Jared Isaacman, Dr. Cyan Proctor, Haley Arsenault, and Chris Dombrowski marked the first time that no one on board had a day job as an astronaut. The crew orbited the Earth for 3 days, flying higher than the space station and further than Dragon's ever gone before. After 3 days taking in amazing views of the Earth, conducting valuable science to further human space exploration, and chatting with many Earthlings below, on Saturday, September 18th, the 4 civilian astronauts safely splashed down just off the coast of Florida.
Inspiration 4 really was a historic first, and what's really exciting is it certainly won't be the last of its kind. Low Earth orbit is an incredible space for scientific research, technology development, and astronaut training. Its value has been proven through thousands of experiments and decades of international and commercial cooperation. NASA's efforts, particularly with the Commercial Crew Program and the certification of SpaceX Dragon, are building the foundation for a robust U.S.-led commercial economy in low Earth orbit. Commercial transportation to space is but one element of NASA's larger plan for commercialization. We're enabling the development of commercial space stations, private astronaut missions to the station, demand for in-space manufacturing, and more. With U.S. industry leading the way in low Earth orbit, our sites can focus even more on the Moon and Mars. It's a fascinating time to be part of the space industry, and we have a lot of work to do to meet those goals, namely aboard the International Space Station. And that work continues with today's Crew 3 mission. So again, the team inside of Dragon right now, Crew 3, has been running through some of those final procedures. Next up is our comms check. We'll hear those come over on the live broadcast right here. You'll hear them as well. There will be several that the crew will run through. Right before we came back on, we saw the crew giving the closeout team some fist bumps and some high fives before they departed and went outside.
You can see them on your screen right now, strapped in, ready to go in their seats. Again, up until this point, they've been able to ingress the vehicle, get strapped into their seats, and now they're ready for those comm checks that we're waiting for. They did do some informal comm checks.
Ready for comm checks of 1.3 to 4.100.
Copy, Dragon. Stand by for umbilical comm check. Seat 1, Seat 2, Seat 3, Seat 4, comm check.
Seat 1 has you loud and clear.
Seat 2 has you loud and clear. Seat 3 has you loud and clear.
And Seat 4, alles gut, ich verstehe dich laut und deutlich.
Super. And core loud and clear as well. Umbilical comm checks complete. Stand by for ground station comm check. Dragon SpaceX comm check.
Endurance has you loud and clear.
Core loud and clear. Ground station comm check complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check. Dragon SpaceX comm check.
Endurance has you loud and clear.
Core loud and clear. TDRS comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
And MD, Endurance has you loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks on Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD, Endurance loud and clear over Dragon to ground.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD, Endurance has you loud and clear in countdown 1.
And Endurance LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
And LD, Endurance has you loud and clear, Dragon to ground.
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks complete. Report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
And SpaceX Endurance, we are ready for seat rotation 2.2 of 4.100.
Copy Dragon, we will report when initiating.
And there we just had it. Official comm checks are now complete. Next up will be seat rotation. So in the meantime, let's go over to Houston to check in on what's been done on board the International Space Station to prepare for Crew 3's arrival. Sandra.
Thanks, Jesse. As we said earlier, the team here in Mission Control Houston is actively controlling and monitoring the space station as they await Dragon's arrival. The Expedition 66 crew is in their sleep period for the day. However, just a short time ago, we did hear confirmation
Dragon
that NASA
SpaceX
astronaut
initiating
Mark
seat
Van High
rotation
worked
shortly.
with teams on the ground in order.
Endurance copies, we're ready.
NASA astronaut Mark Van High did work with teams on the ground in order to get the broadcast streamed up to the space station, so he's going to watch his soon-to-be crewmates launch live as well. The crew on board have completed a number of other tasks as well to prepare the station for Crew 3's arrival. NASA astronaut Mark Van High received some additional onboard training for monitoring Dragon during its final approach, which he'll do from the station's cupola. In addition, he will set up computers and control panels needed for approach monitoring and hatch operations and pre-position emergency equipment. Back here in Houston, our rotating flight directors and their teams will be in constant communication with the SpaceX mission director for the duration of the flight uphill.
George copies.
Once we get to integrated operations, the NASA flight director will be conducting the series of go, no-go polls at the predetermined checkpoints for Dragon's approach. For now, we'll continue to follow along from here in Mission Control Houston, so I'll send it back down to the team at Kennedy. Over to you, Daryl.
All right, thanks, Sandra. And as you look live inside the capsule, you can see that the seats have been rotated up so that they can have clear visibility of those monitors, Shannon.
That's right. There's a rotation position where the seats are where you get in, and then they rotate them in the position for launch.
If you're just joining us, it is T-minus 2 hours and 16 minutes until the 4th astronaut launch for SpaceX and NASA's Commercial Crew program. There you see in the foreground Commander Raja Chari, next to him pilot Tom Marshburn, and to either side of those two are our mission specialists. Both Kayla Barron and Matthias Maurer are strapped into their seats inside Crew Dragon Endurance. The next milestones coming up are seat rotation. We've actually just had that, but the next one is hatch closure. And at this moment, if we pop outside the spacecraft, it is interesting. We have a little rain shower.
We do have a little rain shower joining us here. Hopefully it will push on out and not interrupt the launch sequence.
Well, you have predicted correctly, because I was just texting with Launch Weather Officer Brian Sizik. He tells me we're still holding at 30% probability of violation, which means still 70%. That's where we stand. But a rain shower has pushed through. It's a light shower.
It is a light shower.
And they're hoping that that will clear out behind that and give us that clear weather to launch. But indeed, we've got rain coming down at the launch pad and right here at the host desk.
Yes, we do.
While we wait for the hatch closure, let's take a minute now to learn more about what Crew 3 astronauts will be doing after they arrive on station.
I'm Kayla Barron, a mission specialist.
Hi, I'm ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer. I will be mission specialist.
My name is Tom Marshburn. I'm the pilot.
I'm Raja Chari, the commander of the NASA SpaceX Crew 3 mission to the International Space Station.
So the Crew 3 mission is on the NASA SpaceX commercial space vehicle to the International Space Station. We will be working on the International Space Station for around 6 months, doing lots of experiments, lots of science.
And Crew Dragon is one of our newest ways to get there. There have been Soyuzes that have flown to the International Space Station with crew. The Space Shuttle flew to the International Space Station, and now the Crew Dragon is taking human beings to the International Space Station. So we've partnered with SpaceX in the Commercial Crew program. They design, build, and operate these vehicles that take us, transport us to the International Space Station so that we can contribute to the amazing work that we're doing up there.
Yeah, you know, it's exciting to fly on a new spaceship for sure, and a new design of a spaceship. But I'm looking forward more to flying with 3 people that haven't flown in space before. This is a very unique crew. They are incredibly operationally savvy already. So what I try to do is, if there's any gaps in their knowledge of how they're going to feel, how they're going to operate, what is the zero gravity going to be like, how that might challenge our expectations for what we can get done. So you really feel like you've become a resident of space, a resident of zero-G, and you start to feel like you're getting an idea of how this works. Every day is a long series of problem solving. You got to figure out where to put your pencil, where to put your drink if you have it. So maybe 10,000 times a day you're solving little problems like this, and when that becomes fluid, then you really feel like you can be efficient and get a lot of work done. And there's a lot of work to get done on the space station right now.
We spend a lot of our time training in Dragon because that's a really dynamic phase of the mission, but it's just such a tiny fraction. The whole point is going to the space station and doing some incredible work up there. So our time on the space station is spent, one, keeping the space station healthy. It's been up there for 20 years. There's a lot of systems that need maintenance and upgrades and operators there to keep them working well, but we also do some incredible science. The space station is a national laboratory orbiting around the Earth, and it's a really, really unique environment.
Once we arrive on the International Space Station, we will run a lot of experiments. I'm a material science engineer, and so my focus will be lots of experiments in the material science domain, but also life sciences will be very important.
There's all kinds of research going on a daily basis that lead to just fundamental changes in the way we understand how our world works. I will definitely be the eyes, ears, hands, and the actuator for the experiments that help lead to the science, the discoveries that can push our species further, both beyond the planet and just understand and operate on our Earth even better.
One of the great legacies of the space station is not just going to be the science, but very importantly, the international cooperation. This is one of the first, certainly today's perhaps most prominent, international cooperation for exploration. It's not for survival, it's not for competition in the marketplace, it is for just exploration.
I think we're now about to enter a new era of human spaceflight. In the past, we astronauts flew to the International Space Station to do purely science. Now the station will become more and more commercial. There are commercial experiments on one side, but there are also commercial astronauts who come up to run maybe their own science programs, but also to enjoy just being up in space, to experience space, and to convey this message, the fascination of space, to all the people on the ground.
And as we're back live inside the Dragon capsule, watching the crew prepare and get ready, Rajachari working out that suit a little bit and popping up his helmet for some air.
4 good leak checks.
Not that they can't breathe when it's closed, but certainly you can have a little bit of outside
Happy Dragon,
air.
we see the same.
With the helmet open?
Closeout
Right,
team will
exactly.
perform final closeout steps and then egress the capsule. Report when ready for hatch closure.
And there you heard the call out for the upcoming
Endurance is ready for hatch closure.
Hatch closure.
Yes, and we heard that call out that they had 4 good suit leak checks, and so that is a
And
very
copy that,
important
Dragon.
step that has to be done before they can close the hatch. Sounds like everything is on schedule.
And that's great news. And so let's take another look at some of the crew members here. If you're just joining us, live coverage of Crew 3 from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Let's introduce you, if you have not met him yet, to Commander Rajachari. He is an astronaut and military test pilot.
I'm Rajachari, the commander of the NASA SpaceX Crew 3 mission to the International Space Station. So on the SpaceX vehicle, my job as the commander is a fewfold. I don't need to tell Kayla, Tom, or Matthias how to do their jobs. They already know how to do their jobs. It's really more a matter for that 1% of the time where something off-nominal happens, what is the best split of resources, of what is the best interactions between those players to get the best result. And so managing those different pieces of the puzzle is really, I think, what the crew part of the commander job is. It's really mind-boggling when you think about how much effort it takes to put people in space and then to sustain them in space. I think what's cool and why I like NASA is none of those people are doing it for the money. They're doing it because they believe in the mission. They're doing it because they believe in solving humanity's problems and pushing exploration. That's the reason people are doing it. I think if anything, it's taught us that we as humans have this great ability to endure through just about anything. You just have to put your mind to it.
Seated next to Rajachari is Crew Dragon pilot and NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn. He is a veteran of 2 space flights, STS-127 on the Space Shuttle Endeavour and Expedition 3435 on the Russian Soyuz.
My name is Tom Marshburn. I'm the pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission to the International Space Station. Not quite sure why spaceflight grabbed me the way it did. It found me, really, more than me deciding to become fascinated with it. There's something about leaving everything we know behind, everything. It was almost like going up into heaven or something and coming back. And that was just infinitely fascinating to me. The long-duration mission is quite a bit different from the shuttle mission. You really feel like you've become a resident of space, a resident of zero-G. One of the great legacies of the space station is not just going to be science, but very importantly, the international cooperation. It's not for survival, it's not for competition in the marketplace, it is just exploration. And it's just a vibrant, wonderful place where great science is happening.
We were wondering about the helmet there with Rajachari and why he's just got it half open. And of course, our expert astronaut, Shannon Walker here, explained it to me.
Yeah, you want, so you see that white band on the bottom of the helmet, so if it's in the wrong location, you won't have as good visibility to read the items that you need to read on the screen. So he's got it positioned to help him read the screen.
You can look further lower as well. It appears that he's got a checklist on his knee there.
Yes, on each leg of the crew there is a satchel that holds a tablet with procedures and other information. It looks like Roger's tablet. He probably has it placed on the display above him, but you will see before they launch they will take that down and replace it on their satchel on the knee.
Holds better there, I imagine, with the forces of launch.
Exactly. You do not want that falling on you as you're launching into space.
Seat number 1 is behind this camera shot, and that is mission specialist and NASA astronaut Kayla Barron. She'll be making her first trip to space today. The submarine warfare officer has deployed 3 times aboard the USS Maine.
I'm Kayla Barron, a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission to the International Space Station. When 9/11 happened, watching New York City respond and how we came together as a country really cemented for me a desire to serve. That's how I first got interested in joining the military and ultimately got interested in attending the Naval Academy. I found myself really drawn to the submarine warfare officers as mentors. And when I got to go underway on a submarine, I just felt like this is where I belong. If I hadn't had that experience, I don't think that I would have believed I could become an astronaut. Crew 3 is just such an amazing group of people. It's a really special crew because I think everybody brings a really unique perspective and different background. I just feel super lucky to be with people who all have such diverse experiences, but have really learned how to mesh and work together as a team.
And finally, in seat number 4 is Crew 3 mission specialist and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer. Today will also mark his first spaceflight.
I'm ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer. I will be mission specialist on the NASA SpaceX Crew 3 mission to the International Space Station. In 2008, ESA started the call for new astronauts. Out of 8,500 applicants, only 10 candidates passed all the tests. I was one of them. I was always fascinated by space and what does an astronaut actually do. So an astronaut works with a lot of engineering stuff. We do science in space. We work in international teams, and the adventure that we are able to live as astronauts in a combination of these 4 facts: engineering on the edge of what is possible, science, international teams, and adventure that's only possible as an astronaut. I want to say thank you to everyone who helped me to arrive at that point that I'm today. I will be thinking of you when I fly to space, and I send all my love to you down on the ground.
Back live inside the Dragon capsule as the crew goes through their various communication checks and suit checks.
As they prepare to have the hatch closed.
Awaiting that hatch closure. And by the way, if you would like to ask us a question, and by us, I mean Shannon, just pop on over to Twitter and use the hashtag AskNASA. That will send us the question. We'd love to have them. Shannon has been answering them throughout the show and doing a great job with it. We really appreciate her being here. And you've had some good questions as well. Even The patch, which I know you're big into your crew patch. Shan.
Of course, I like our crew patch. I think it's pretty good looking.
You know, it's hard to deny. I love the blue. I love the dragon. But the Crew 3 patch is pretty cool as well. The logo was designed for this mission by the astronauts themselves, just as you did, Shannon. They say that the capsule flies upward while the flames below honor the thousands of workers who worked on Crew 3. The number 3 is prominent in the shape of the exhaust below and is next to a dragon. And the highlighted stars represent Crew 3, as you can see there, and the 4 red planets, they represent humanity's dream to explore Mars. A beautiful patch there.
Oh, it is a lovely patch. It is very well crafted.
You work with the artist that puts it together?
Yes, so each crew can either design it themselves or they have a choice to work with an artist. And so the crews are trying to take elements of what they feel really represents their flight and put it into a patch.
And I imagine, has anybody like drawn one themselves?
Oh, sure.
Oh, how about that? Especially the artist, you know, Nicole Stott, former shuttle astronaut.
Yes.
She's an artist.
She's definitely an artist. I love her work.
As you can see them preparing for the hatch closure, it looks like they are documenting the seal around the hatch.
Yes, they will. They're looking very carefully to make sure that that seal is completely intact because that's what's going to hold the pressure inside the capsule.
You don't want any foreign object debris, what we know here at NASA as FOD.
As FOD, right.
Which is anything that's not supposed to be there?
Anything that's not supposed to be there. And it can be, they're looking for really tiny things. Something as small as a human hair will cause that seal to not operate properly.
And they're using, it appears to be smartphones to take these pictures.
They do. I mean, the cameras on the phones are so good these days that you can take some pictures and blow them up and really get a good view of what that hatch seal looks like.
They are good cameras indeed. Flying just before the last flight of the Crew Dragon, I should say, was the crew from Inspiration 4. And our NASA social team was putting together our page for this launch from the Kennedy Space Center. And they, as you can see, the hatch being closed right there. They're going to push on that to make sure it seals up really good.
They're going to push on it because the hatch itself, if it's not locked, it wants to spring open. So you've got to overcome that force to get the latches to latch on that hatch.
So we'll hold the thought on the NASA social video as we look. Looks like the crew closeout number 36 was putting a fair amount of force.
Yes, it did look like he was pushing hard, but that's good. We'll get that hatch closed.
And now begins the process of them sealing it up.
Sealing it up and doing all kinds of checks and cross checks. Because they'll seal it up, there'll be a pressure check to make sure the pressure does in fact hold inside the capsule. And you'll see teams of people here working together to make sure every step is done exactly so.
Carefully and methodically working their way. 255 feet up in the air, we might add, in the White Room. As they work on closing up that hatch, let's head out to California and catch up with John I for an update on the operations. John?
Countdown is proceeding nominally at this point, and thanks, Daryl, for that handoff. We're coming up just inside T-minus 2 hours. Now, on board the brand new Dragon spacecraft Endurance, we've heard a lot of the communication between the crew and the ground. Comm checks were complete. We saw the astronaut seats rotated to the flight position. The suit leak checks were successfully completed. And we've been watching the closeout leads lean into that hatch, getting it secure. And we're getting ready now to begin what will be the hatch leak checks to make sure that all the seals are good, everything's bolted down tight, ready to go. Once we finish the final leak checks, the team will begin the steps to close out the White Room and get the access arm ready to retract. And then that closeout team that you see there will leave the pad by about T-minus 1 hour, and that'll leave just the 4 astronauts on the pad. Now for Falcon 9, their team for countdown is on console. Here you can see firing room 4. They're preparing for communication checks with the astronauts coming up in just a few minutes. Currently on Falcon 9, the engineers have pressurized launch vehicle gas storage bottles. That was done before we cleared the pad. These are composite overwrapped pressure vessels. They hold gases that are used to fill the propellant tanks with hot helium as that propellant is pulled out of the first and second stages by the Merlin turbopumps. As we get into the last half hour of the countdown, we'll do a final top off of those pressure vessels, make sure that we're at flight load. We also use these pressurized gases to spin the Merlin engine turbopump when we have to start an engine in space. So the second stage MVAC engine has to start up after the first stage separates. And the first stage engines, we've got 3 of them need to restart to begin the entry, and then 1 engine for the final landing sequence. So all of those engines need the helium gas to be able to spin and start the engines. The gases are also used for attitude control systems. Not so much on the way up, but it helps orient the vehicle after the first stage separates and comes back down for the landing on the drone ship. And we also use the gas to deploy the grid fins and to kick the landing legs out just before we land on the drone ship. We're continuing to monitor weather at the launch site and around the world at contingency abort and landing zones. Concerns we're looking at continue to be the same too since we started the webcast. Cumulus clouds and flight through precipitation. Now, a moment ago, the range did report that currently right now we are no-go on weather for flying through precipitation, but they also expect that to clear up and for us to be go when we get to launch. So this is just a temporary. They have to tell us when we're not meeting all of the weather rules, but right now it doesn't look like a concern. So the good news is weather's looking good. Dragon's right on time. Falcon 9 is quiet, getting ready for its big events coming up here in another hour or so. And so with that, we're going to hand it back to the team at Kennedy.
All right, thank you, John. And yes, indeed, we can confirm there was some weather that came through here.
Yes, there was.
It was a little bit of rain, a light storm, our launch weather officer tells us, Ryan Sizik, informing us that it was a light one. It was passing through, but in fact, when it's here, it does cause that to go red.
Exactly. If it's raining here, we would probably not launch into it. Thankfully, there is no lightning, which is another criteria that we use to determine whether or not we are go for launch.
We're back inside the capsule now. We're awaiting a couple of things. They're going to do some comm checks. They're going to do some suit leak checks. And in fact, I think you were able to eye when that happens. The suit leak check, do they?
Oh, the suit leak checks. Yeah, you can tell when they are doing a leak checks. I believe they've already occurred, but one of the things that happens is you have your visors closed, all your zippers zipped up, and they will pressurize the suit. So you'll get extra air volume inside your suit, so the suits will kind of puff up. You can see that when the leak check happens.
And now the half-down visor look is
it's very fashionable.
The look of the day. In this moment, as they await, what is that like? Because, I mean, they're waiting to go to space, launching on a rocket.
Yes, they know they've got just under 2 hours to wait. So a couple of things are going on. Of course, each crew member there is thinking about their role during the launch. They're probably chit-chatting a little bit amongst themselves, trying to stay comfortable in those suits, and probably just trying to enjoy the experience of actually being in their spacecraft.
SpaceX, we will be commencing health checks for the launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Endurance copies.
That's a call out to check the health of the emergency escape system.
Yes, this is what's primarily happening in those last hours before launch. Is the SpaceX team is checking all the systems on the spacecraft to make sure everything is working properly. And of course, the launch escape system is one of the main systems that we need to work properly during a launch.
Especially with that hatch closed.
Yes, exactly.
So we've got about an hour now until the pad team wraps up the final checks and clears the white room, and that's when the action will pick up with the crew access arm retracting. We'll have the arming of the launch escape system, as we just mentioned, and then prop loading will follow. So we'll keep a live view of the crew here as they're sitting tight for the next hour or so and provide you with some more context about this mission. But for now, let's head over to Houston for a closer look at what the crew will be doing when they reach their destination. Sandra.
Thanks, Daryl. Once Crew Dragon arrives at the International Space Station, they'll be welcomed by their Expedition 66 crewmates. Since the Crew 2 astronauts splashed down Monday evening off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, we're doing something called an indirect handover, which just means a new crew of astronauts arrives at station after another crew departs. This mission will also continue keeping the long-duration crew size on station at 7. On the U.S. side, we'll have 4 astronauts to conduct research until NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei returns to Earth in March of next year. That jump from 3 to 4 astronauts takes our average of 30 to 40 hours of science work a week on station all the way up to sometimes 80 to 100 hours, effectively doubling our amount of time dedicated to research. As the station is first and foremost a laboratory, the crew will jump right into conducting experiments with new research still to be delivered on upcoming cargo flights, including another SpaceX Dragon scheduled right now in December. I'll toss it over to Marie now, where we will learn more about some of the exciting science on the horizon for Crew 3. Marie?
All right, thank you so much, Sandra. I am here with Dr. Hector Gutierrez. You're a professor of mechanical and aerospace engineering at the Florida Institute of Technology down the road in Orlando. And you actually have an experiment launching aboard Crew 3 tonight.
That's right, Mary. Thanks again for the opportunity of being here. Very excited to be here to the launch of our flight units. Our experiment is called the Smartphone Video Guidance System. The name is a little bit misleading because we're actually not using any smartphones. But this is technology that was originally developed by NASA Marshall for guidance of spacecraft and proximity maneuvers. And we're finally going to, after several years of working on the deployment of SVGS, we are going to have the opportunity to deploy it on the robot on the space station, which is called Astrobi. So the smartphone guidance system is essentially a software sensor. So it's an algorithm that can be deployed using the hardware resources of a robot, a CPU, camera, and in this case, that will be the resources of Astrobi.
Okay, and so there's the actual payload is a small beacon. It's about, you told me it's about the size of a flashlight. I think we have a couple of photos of it. But this beacon, there it is. It attaches to the wall of the International Space Station, and it has some LED lights that light up, and then that gets used in combination with the sensor to maneuver the Astrobi that you mentioned. That's the free-flying robot on the International Space Station. There are actually 3 of them, and you're going to test 5 different maneuvers with 1, 2, and even all 3 of the Astrobi robots at the same time. Is that right?
That's exactly right. So these beacons will be attached, some of them to the wall or some of them to the payload compartment on the Astrobis, and they essentially will be used as navigation beacons to execute a number of formation flight maneuvers and to demonstrate capabilities of SVGS and its accuracy.
So how can you use this technology if these maneuvers are successful, if they do what you expect them to do, what you hope they will do? How can you apply this technology in space and to help improve our lives here on Earth?
So the expectation is we have many potential applications for SVGS in the space context. Right now we're working with Marshall on a landing mission in which one of the possible applications of SVGS in space is to serve as beacon for planetary landings. As you probably realize, every time that a probe or a robot is dropped in a planet, one of the biggest issues is how to know accurately where it lands.
Sure.
So planetary landing is a big challenge, and SVGS is one of the potential technologies that could be used for that. But besides that, SVGS can be used for formation flight of small spacecraft. One of the trends in the future of space exploration also includes that instead of launching large spacecraft, it is much more cost-effective and robust to launch a cluster of items that then need to be oriented relative to each other at a relatively short distance. So SVGS is a strong candidate to fulfill that role. But so within space applications, the potential uses of SVGS are for proximity maneuvers, formation flight, landing. But besides that, we're very excited that SVGS can also be used on Earth for similar applications where you need robots to cooperate between each other to dock or land, if it's a drone, for example. Picture in the not too far future, you can put your beacon at your doorstep, and a delivery drone will drop the package right where the beacon is. You know? And it can save significant effort to a delivery person who has to go up three flights of stairs or something like that. You know?
Just have the drone drop it off.
Picture it in New York. So there are a number of applications. We want to go into a commercial, explore the commercial possibilities of developing a commercial version of SVGS that can be integrated with robotic platforms and drones.
All right, Dr. Hector Gutierrez, thank you so much. Best of luck with the smartphone video guidance sensor experiment on Crew 3, and we'll be watching and following along, and enjoy the launch.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. You too. Daryl, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Marie, thank you. Here's a closer look now at some of the life-changing science astronauts are performing aboard the International Space Station.
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space, and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
Our planet Earth is absolutely stunning. To me, it doesn't matter where we are in the world, I just see beauty in different ways.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
And Shannon, you were a part of that ride, doing that science at 17,500 miles an hour.
Yes, I was.
And it looks like they're going to have a busy time up there.
I think so. There's so much science to be done. The ground crews do a very good job of keeping the crew on board scheduled the entire day doing that science. Taking
advantage of every moment. As we look live inside the Dragon capsule, we are T-minus 1 hour and 44 minutes until liftoff. We are here with Shannon Walker, NASA astronaut who flew on Crew 1, watching Crew 3 prepare to get ready for their flight. And it appears they haven't been very chatty.
No, they haven't been very chatty. I guess it's a quiet crew.
It's a quiet crew, and that's just fine as they prepare for their liftoff. Crew 3 is scheduled to arrive to station just days after astronauts from Crew 2 returned home from a record-setting space flight. Take a look at this at 10:33 p.m. Eastern Time. The view looks a little similar. This is Crew 2, though, safely splashing down in the Gulf off the coast of Pensacola. There's a view from the infrared camera as the parachutes opened up. The crew of Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, and ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet, they landed safely, splashing down there in the Gulf as the parachutes came down around them. They spent 199 days in orbit, Shannon, surpassing the previous record of 168 days set by Crew 1 astronauts, of which you were a part.
I was. I would have loved to have stayed up 199 days, but 168 is not bad either.
And before they returned to Earth, NASA astronauts Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, well, they were good tenants because they made sure that station was ready for Crew 3. I had a chance to speak with them in space before they came home. Hey, Shane and Megan, great to be with you today. This is fantastic. You guys are currently over the Pacific Ocean, cruising at 17,500 miles per hour towards our general direction, though it doesn't look like you're going that fast. And Megan, your hair is looking luxurious, by the way.
Thank you very much.
So tell me, you're getting ready for Crew 3 to arrive.
Yeah, so we've been getting their sleep stations ready to go, their crew quarters. So we've been cleaning those and getting them all ready, so they're going to be set. We also have gotten their suitcases up here, and we got one. Here's Raja's, and we got Kayla's there. And so we got Tom's and Matthias's as well. So all your clothes are ready to go for the next 6 months. So that's going to be set. All your food's ready to go as well.
And given the size of those suitcases, it doesn't look like the wardrobe is having a lot of variety. But you don't need a lot of that up in space. Tell me, for the first space flight, you know, for the folks that are coming up, 3 of the 4 astronauts, this is going to be their first space flights. For those 3 astronauts, we know they've trained extensively, but what is something as a first-timer they will experience that you just can't train for?
Well, Daryl, that's a great question. And really, it's the physical environment that we live in that is really hard, obviously, to train for when you live in 1G on Earth. And so it's how you move around, how you move efficiently, how you can, you know, go floating and flying through the space station without crashing into things, without knocking things off the walls. But these are all smart folks. They're going to figure it out really quick, and they're going to be doing great work up here before we know it.
Hey, Shane, one of the veteran astronauts, Thomas Marshburn, you know him pretty well. You got any stories about him? He's a veteran astronaut, just like you, flew on shuttle, been up to the station before, and both of you the astronaut class of 2004. So you got any good stories about Tom?
Nah, none really. Tom's such a great guy. I mean, he was at NASA before we were selected as astronauts as a flight surgeon. So some folks may not know that. So he was kind of the go-to person in our class of, hey, what's it really like? What I don't understand this, how NASA runs. And since he'd been here a little while, he was definitely our go-to person for that. Tom and I are also both from Atlanta, so we have that in common. And we've enjoyed working together and training together over these many years.
Couple of Southern guys. That's great. Want to ask you, though, currently Crew 3, as they're getting ready to go up, I was watching you guys play a game. In fact, the entire world was watching you guys play a game with your thumbs. And I'm just curious, what was that game? And why were you playing it?
So that is actually a French game that our ESA crewmate Thomas Pesquet taught us. It's called the Game of Thumbs, so very original title. And we were basically playing it to pass the time. So we were, you know, you have a lot of time when you're sitting in the vehicle. And we had, during that launch week, you know, you have some practice runs as well. And so you have a lot of time sitting in the vehicle while the vehicle is getting fueled. And of course, you know, we talked to each other about what, you know, to be prepared for any emergency scenario that might happen. We talked through all of our nominal tasks and monitoring that we're going to do, and then we still have some extra time. And so Thomas had this game at the ready for us to play, and that kept us entertained for the time between the activities that we had to do.
Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur aboard the International Space Station, thank you so much. And by the way, fun fact, during this interview, you just traveled 3,000 miles. Incredible.
Thanks, Daryl. Really great talking to you, and get Crew 3 up here safely. We're looking forward to having them on board.
Will do. Take care. There's the floating flip. You can't talk to astronauts without having a flip.
Always got to do it.
Shane and Megan, they were great, and you know it was great to find out about that game. They enjoyed games. This crew apparently is enjoying some solitude.
I think so. They're all, but they are doing what Megan just said. They are going through the nominal procedures. They're talking through the emergency procedures to make sure that they are prepared when launch actually happens.
Shane and Megan back on the ground. Shannon, you were out there when they came down, and you were one of the first people they saw.
I was. It's hard to believe it was just Monday night when they splashed down, but it was pretty special for me to be out on the ship that gathered up the capsule, and I got to see the crew, and it was extra special because I was on station when they came on board, and then I got to be there when they splashed down.
How about that? That must have brought a smile to their faces even after, you know, coming back from space.
Yes, they all told me that it was great to see my friendly face.
Great story, Shannon. Thank you so much. And now let's check back in on launch operations in Hawthorne. John I, what has the team at SpaceX been working on?
Thanks, Daryl. We're coming up on just under 1 hour and 38 minutes before launch. Now, the crew of 4 are in the capsule, hatches closed, and we have heard a successful completion of the hatch leak check. So pretty much everything is finished with the capsule. The ground team will be securing the white room, the access arm, and they'll be off of the pad in just about a little more than 30 minutes. Now, the launch engineers for Falcon 9 are in their firing room 4 in the NASA Launch Control Center. That's just outside the Vehicle Assembly Building at Kennedy Space Center. You can see the view they're going to have through those large windows of Pad 39A. It's 5 kilometers just east of them. We get liftoff, it's going to light up the sky, and I think everybody's going to be looking out those windows. Now, the Falcon 9 team has loaded the helium and nitrogen gas into the storage bottles on the launch vehicle. We've done some RF checkouts a little bit earlier this evening, and we're doing a final review of vehicle tests that were performed earlier today. Now, the SpaceX chief engineer will be checking with the team at T-minus 80 minutes to verify that we are good to continue the countdown. Now, the next major activity is flowing a small amount of fuel into the first stage to prime the Merlin 1D engines for ignition. Now, the team's also monitoring fuel and liquid oxygen loading preparations. We're ensuring that the propellants that are in the ground storage tanks are correctly chilled before we load those into the Falcon 9, beginning at T-minus 35 minutes. Now, for the range and the weather, the range continues to be go. We are continuing to release balloons. We have been getting balloon data back from the upper altitudes. Everything looks good. And more importantly, the weather has gone green again. They said it would be just a short period. We were red for precipitation. That has cleared up, and weather says that we should be clear the rest of the way through the countdown. So with that, everything is a go. We'll turn it over to Courtney here at Hawthorne.
Thanks, John. The Draco spacecraft you see on your screen is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth's orbit and beyond. And what we have sitting right here in front of us is a Draco engine, which helps get Dragon from one place to the next. And we're really excited to share some details about this engine. But first, let's take a closer look at the overall Dragon vehicle.
Yeah, Courtney, just to get an idea for size, this is our Dragon vehicle, and from the bottom to the top of the vehicle, it's about 8 meters or about 27 feet tall and about 4 meters in diameter, or 13 feet in diameter. The bottom portion of it is called the trunk, and this is the unpressurized portion of the vehicle, whereas the top portion here is the Dragon capsule, and this is the pressurized section. This black portion on the trunk here is actually a bunch of solar panels, and that helps power the vehicle while it's on the pad and while it's in flight, as well as while it's attached to the International Space Station. And we also have 16 Draco thrusters on the vehicle that help maneuver it around, and 8 Super Draco thrusters to help in case of emergency for a launch escape system.
It is the only spacecraft currently flying that is capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth from the International Space Station, and it's the first private spacecraft to take humans to the space station. In order to make this journey, Dragon is equipped with 16 Draco thrusters, which are used to maneuver the spacecraft during the mission. And today, we actually have some flight-proven thrusters to show viewers. Each were flown on the first version of our Dragon vehicle, and we have one right here.
Yeah, Courtney, I think this is so cool that we have this in front of us. This specific Draco engine has actually flown twice, and that's been on CRS-9 in 2016 and CRS-15 back in 2018 on the first version of our Dragon vehicle. And reusability is so important to us, so it's really great to see a vehicle or a thruster right in front of us that has proven that it can refly in this design. Each thruster is capable of generating 90 pounds of force in the vacuum of space. And the earlier cargo version of Dragon fired its thrusters more than 450,000 times, and that's between missions and testing. An interesting fact about the Draco engines is that they can serve different functions based on their positions on the spacecraft. So if you can see on the vehicle, you know, depending on what orientation we need to maneuver the vehicle, there are thrusters that are oriented differently so that we can make those maneuvers.
Yeah, well, thank you for your demonstration. That was great. And I just want to be sure everyone knows not to be confused with the Super Draco thrusters. We're coming up on the Launch Escape System health checks. The Launch Escape System is the automated system in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during the ride uphill. While we wait on those Launch Escape System health checks, let's check back in with our team at Kennedy Space Center. Daryl.
All right, thank you, Courtney, and a great show and tell there with I enjoyed that. I thought that was kind of neat. Yeah. We're currently T-minus 1 hour and 32 minutes and counting until liftoff, and until Crew Dragon flies its next 4-person crew to the International Space Station. They'll, of course, have the astronauts inside the spacecraft. You're looking live down the crew access arm at the capsule on top of that Falcon 9 rocket there. Inside the spacecraft, Commander Rajachari, pilot Tom Marshburn, and mission specialist Kayla Barron and Matthias Maurer. We've had some progress since we had John's update. Some of that progress we've seen so far, Shannon, why don't you outline some of that for us?
Well, so what we've done, you can see there that the closeout crew is still working on closing out the hatch. That does take a while, longer than one might expect, but again, I want to make sure that everything is done just so that hatch will hold its pressure. Before the hatch closure, we had the suit leak check, so we want those space suits to work properly should we need them in an emergency. And they've done some other systems checks to get ready for the all-important arming of the launch escape system.
Absolutely. And we saw a shot there of the crew, or the closeout crew. They were tethered, as you can see there. Both the crew member on the left and the right, you can see those tethers because they're literally 255 feet up in the air.
They are, and there's a little space there that we do not want them to fall through. So
absolutely,
that's why we keep them tethered.
And it looks like a step ladder there, in case they need to get up a little higher.
Boost up. Right, exactly.
It's good to have the right tools on hand. Here in just a few seconds, around an hour and 30 minutes before liftoff in our launch timeline, we should have that launch escape system and communication checks conducted by the Falcon launch team. These checkouts, as Shannon mentioned, they're standard part of the launch countdown. Of course, it's critical to make sure everything is working in order before arming this launch escape system. We'll get this call out in just a few seconds.
Yeah, it looks like the closeout crew is finishing up. Hopefully all is good, checking out with that hatch there. And as soon as they probably back away and leave, we will hear the arming of the launch escape system. But I tell you, if there's still work to do, they will sit there and keep working until that hatch is adequately closed and we know that it will hold pressure.
What does it sound like as you're sitting there in the seat and they're working on it from the outside?
Yeah, you kind of hear some thumping and bumping going on, and you do have those 2 windows in front, so you can kind of see a little bit what's happening, but mostly you really don't know exactly what they're doing. You just know that they are working on it and getting that much closer to launch. Looks like we're going to need to check something out a little bit taller, higher up on the capsule there.
Well, that step ladder came in handy.
Yeah, it sure did.
Not sure what that was.
I am not sure what that was either, but it looked like it was a duct to flow air or something to the spacecraft. Clearly, it did not need to be there for the launch, and so they spent the time needed to remove it.
It did look like some ducting.
Yes.
As they continue to work here. And as you mentioned, they will take the time necessary to make sure everything is secure.
Absolutely right. And everybody knows what the timeline milestones are, so they have a very good idea of when they need to finish up this activity. They're not going to rush through it by any stretch of the imagination. They're going to do it very methodically, very carefully, but we do have a timeline because, as was mentioned previously, it is an instantaneous launch window. We need to launch exactly on time.
That instantaneous window needed to rendezvous with the International Space Station on time.
Exactly. But
in this schedule, they're aware, as you said, of where they have some flexibility.
Right. So nothing is timelined so tightly that we don't have a little bit of padding to take care of problems. Now, I don't know if they've got a problem they're addressing or if they're just doing the normal work, because I was not a member of the closeout team, so I don't know all of what they are doing, but they do have a good sense of when that work needs to be finished.
You were on the other side, inside the capsule for Crew 1. It does appear that the closeout crew member is now documenting with the camera phone.
Right, again.
All of the area around that capsule.
Yep.
You can see some of the closeout crew making their way out of the white room and down the crew access arm.
That's a very good sign. So looks like they are definitely finishing up their work, and soon, hopefully, we will hear that the launch escape system is armed.
We're expecting that in just a few seconds, really any moment now. But he's got the light and the camera, still working that.
Yep, they're taking one last look to make sure that there is nothing trapped in that hatchway and that would inhibit the seals from working properly. It's interesting watching them work, don't you think?
Yes, it is. It's very thorough.
Very
I appreciate that.
Yes, very thorough. They'll have a set of procedures. I don't know if we've seen it, but the closeout crew will have tablets with them, and they will have on the tablets every step that they need to do.
And they'll also have those pictures that accompany each and every step that they took. So if they need to, for any reason,
to go back
and look at it.
Yep, exactly so.
This is, we should note, a brand new Dragon capsule.
It is. They get to ride in a new Dragon. That's exciting.
The booster.
The booster is a refurbished one, so it is not making its first flight.
Flew on CRS-22, landed back, was refurbished and
ready for use.
Ready for use, yeah. And there you see a nice shot on the pad against a dark sky.
And hopefully no more rain clouds in the way. Sounds like we have a go with the weather, so that is very good news.
That's what we heard. Our launch weather officer here at the Kennedy Space Center, Brian Cizik, telling us that that has cleared out. John I reporting earlier that the range went from red when we had the little shower.
Yes, we got rained on.
Yeah, even a few drops on the lens you can see have, you know, still hanging around. Evidence that we had a little rain out there on the pad. You can see the ground is wet as well, the reflection of the lights off the ground and the droplets on the lens. But that has since moved out of the area, which is great news. And then the range went green for weather.
You can see from that view there, it looks like there's a lot of fog at the launch pad.
It does look that way.
But fog will not stop us from launching.
No, it won't. Neither will the thin clouds that we've had in the area. It was explained to me by our launch weather officer that we've got some onshore flow that basically a high pressure system north of us that's spinning and throwing that moisture from off the ocean, off the Atlantic Ocean, over the Kennedy Space Center. But there's a layer of dry air in the mid-levels of the atmosphere that has soaked up a fair amount of that moisture, and it is essentially drying it out, serving as kind of a a blow dryer effect.
A blow dryer for Florida.
Well, the 4 Crew 2 astronauts not only broke a record for the longest stay for a commercial spaceflight at 199 days, they also got a lot of science done. Let's take a look at that now.
Everything we're doing up in space is to benefit humanity or benefit human exploration.
We are natural explorers. We want to explore our environment. Whatever small area we start in, we always want to push the boundaries.
The great thing about space travel is the perspective that it gives you.
I feel a sense of pride getting up there, but at the same time, I want a lot of people to experience the same experience.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
You are part of this big team. You are part of an effort that is larger than yourself.
It is a cool perspective to see from up there that, wow, this whole planet looks pretty special.
Dragon separation visually confirmed.
Just flying a few hundred kilometers away from the Earth changes everything.
Endeavour, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home to planet Earth.
Welcome home to planet Earth, and welcome to the Kennedy Space Center if you're just joining us for the launch coverage of Crew 3 as we await liftoff just an hour and 21 minutes from now. Crew 2 that you just saw splash down in the Gulf off the coast of Pensacola on Monday after a very eventful yet productive stay, 6 months in space. Shannon, it looked to me from the infrared video that they had pretty calm waters, and you were out there, you experienced a similar.
Yes, you definitely want calm waters when you splash down in the water because you really don't want that capsule rocking too much. That's going to make the crew feel badly if they have too much motion.
You don't want to be bouncing around in the seas, whether it's in a boat or a space capsule.
No, it's
same
not
effect.
Good. Not good.
It's not good. Well, NASA leaders are watching this launch from right here at the Kennedy Space Center. They're watching the astronauts inside Crew Dragon Endurance with great anticipation. NASA's Marie Lewis is with a special guest right now from ESA at OSB-2. Marie.
That's right, Daryl. I'm here with ESA astronaut and geophysicist Alex Gerst, two-time flyer to space on the Russian Soyuz. Alex, thanks for being here.
Hey, Marie. Good to be here. And it's finally good to see the stars come out.
Yeah.
Poking through between the clouds.
Yeah, we had some sprinkles, but yeah, you pointed out we actually see stars, so that's a good sign here around the launch pad. We were talking earlier. Tell me about the difference between, you've flown to space twice. This is Matthias's first time, and it's totally different flying in a simulator versus the real thing actually sitting on top of the rocket where Matthias is right now. So explain the difference and what Matthias must be feeling right now.
Yeah, actually the real capsule, it looks the same as the simulator and it works the same, but if you spend a lot of time in the simulator and then sit on the real rocket on the real day, it's amazing. The difference is, it's feeling like you're sitting on this alive being there. It shrieks, and there's steam here and it's powered up, it's humming, and when you sit on top, it's sometimes a bit like swaying in the wind, just ever so slightly, but you notice it. So there is a difference. You're going somewhere.
And then once you arrive at the International Space Station, they're going to be docking tomorrow, and you train for living in microgravity. But there's only so much training you can do to prepare yourself for what life is actually like on the International Space Station. So can you talk about what that's going to be like?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. There's no way to really simulate microgravity down here on Earth. That's why we have to fly up there to do all that science experiments. But it also includes training, like how to live on the space station, right? How you get your bearings, and how to translate. That's what we call like floating from one end of the space station to the other. How to sleep in space, how to go to the toilet, all things that you need to figure out on the first day, right?
Yeah.
And you can't train them, so that's really a challenge. And you just, people say they drink from a fire hose up there, right? The first 3 days.
Yeah, and you mentioned science. I want to talk a little bit about the science that Matthias is going to be working on. 35 different experiments specific to ESA. Can you touch on some of the experiments Matthias will be doing?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they do up there. That's actually a long continuation of experiments that have been done in the past. Actually, some that I already did, he's continuing. He's a materials scientist, so he's really good at those things, looking at new materials down here. I mean, they do the experiments up there, but the use of the experiments is down here for like turbo engines that use less fuel, or lighter materials. That's important. But also like cell experiments on cell aging, also experiments that help people who have muscular diseases down here. A really nice set of experiments. They actually have a bioprinter for skin cells up there. Really interesting, that they can put over wounds if they have them.
That's fantastic. Alex, thank you so much. We're out of time, so I'm going to send it back over to Jesse and Hawthorne, but thank you so much for being here, Alex.
You're very welcome.
Jesse, over to you.
Thanks, Marie. It's T-minus 1 hour and about 17 minutes from launch, and it always gets more and more exciting as we continue to get closer to that T0. Now, crew has already ingressed the vehicle. They have been helped out by our closeout team to get into their seats and get buckled in, attach their umbilicals to the spacecraft, which provide breathing air and comms to Dragon. And then they've completed comm checks and suit leak checks, and those comm checks were completed with the core here.
Endurance copies.
All right, and confirmation that the closeout team is now departing. So after those suit leak checks, the closeout team was able to close and seal the hatch, which also gets its own leak check. As we just heard, the closeout team has departed, and those final weather checks are coming up, which will be necessary before that final go, no-go is given for launch.
Yeah, before we get that final go, no-go, the various teams at both NASA and SpaceX will do an internal go poll, making sure conditions are right with Falcon 9, the Dragon, the crew, the range, and the space station before the final go is given. Now let's check back in on Houston for a status on the team supporting the space station on their readiness for launch. Sandra, how's it going?
Thanks, Jesse. The team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for launch. All systems on board the station that are required to be healthy for this mission are continuing to look good. Before the station team is go for launch, they must verify that key systems on board the station are functioning as expected. This includes life support systems like oxygen generation, carbon dioxide removal, and the water recycling system that allows us to reuse about 90% of the water we send to station. We're also ensuring that the computers that allow us to command station's major subsystems, essentially the station's nervous system, are functioning normally. We also work with our Russian counterparts to ensure both methods of controlling the station's attitude are fully functional. This includes the large U.S. gyroscopes and the thrusters found on the Russian segment. Both systems play a critical role during Dragon's docking. Mission Control Houston will closely monitor the crew's flight and will continue to check off milestones for most of the journey. So I'll send it back to Hawthorne. The International Space Station team is ready for launch. Courtney?
Thanks, Sandra. We're so happy to hear that the space station team is ready for launch. As we mentioned, the Crew 3 astronauts will spend about 6 months aboard the International Space Station. They're starting their journey after the departure of the Crew 2 astronauts from the space station. Crew 2 splashed down off the Florida coast Monday night, where they were picked up at sea by SpaceX's Go Navigator recovery vessel. Next, SpaceX will launch Commercial Resupply Mission 24, or CRS-24, to Space Station to deliver cargo and supplies to Crew 3 and the astronauts and cosmonauts aboard. It will automatically dock to the International Docking Adapter 3 on the space-facing port of the station's Harmony module.
Before Crew 3 returns home, they will hand the baton to the next crew to arrive at the orbiting lab on Crew Dragon, the Crew 4 crew. That mission is targeted to launch in April of next year, and it will carry Crew Dragon commander and NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren, pilot Bob Hines of NASA, and mission specialist Samantha Cristoforetti of the European Space Agency, or ESA, and a fourth crew member who has yet to be named. The Crew 4 astronauts will also complete a 6-month mission as expedition crew members aboard the space station. Now, they will be joined there by 3 additional crewmates who will launch on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft, and this will mean that 7 people will be on the space station at one time, allowing NASA to increase the amount of science conducted in space.
That's right, and this will be Kjell Lindgren's second trip into space following a 141-day stay at the space station in 2015 for expeditions 44 and 45. Before being selected as an astronaut in 2009, he was a flight surgeon supporting space shuttle and space station missions. In December 2020, NASA named him as one of the Artemis team of astronauts helping to pave the way for NASA's upcoming lunar missions.
Bob Hines, a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force, was selected as an astronaut in 2017 and will be making his first trip into space on Crew 4. Before becoming an astronaut, he supported multiple military deployments in the Middle East, Africa, and Europe, served as a flight test pilot for the Federal Aviation Administration, and flew as a research pilot at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston.
And ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti will be making her second trip to space as a mission specialist on Crew 4. She was selected as an ESA astronaut in 2009 and flew to the International Space Station in 2014 aboard a Russian Soyuz for a long-duration mission as part of Expedition 42 and 43. Cristoforetti is planned to take over as station commander for Expedition 68 and will be the first woman from ESA to do so. Now let's head over to Daryl at Kennedy Space Center. Daryl, how's it going over there?
All right, it's very good, Courtney. We are having clear skies at the moment. We can see some stars here at Kennedy, and that's great news. And if you're just joining us, welcome to coverage for the mission known as Crew 3, NASA and SpaceX's 4th flight of astronauts to the International Space Station. We are at T-minus 1 hour and 11 minutes until launch. Liftoff time still holding for 9:03 p.m. Eastern time, and we're tracking no issues with Falcon 9 or with Dragon. The range is green, and the weather, it's cooperating. Moving on out, we had a light shower earlier, but it is gone. The range is now green, and so over the last 3 hours, our crew of Raja Chari, Tom Marshburn, Caleb Barron, and Matthias Maurer, they donned their SpaceX suits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room. They walked out of the crew quarters building, as every NASA astronaut has done since Apollo 7, and then they were transported to the pad where they climbed inside the SpaceX Crew Dragon Endurance. And now we are seeing them live while they await liftoff. And Shannon, what is the crew doing right now in these moments as they wait?
Yeah, it's they are waiting, but they know that they're getting closer and closer to launch. The time really starts to feel like it's speeding up, especially when we get that launch escape system armed. But what they're doing is they're thinking about their task ahead. They're thinking about running through the nominal procedures as well as running through any emergency procedures that in case they need them.
If you remember back in April, and we've talked a lot about this, we launched NASA astronauts Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, JAXA astronaut, and Aki Hoshide, and ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet to the space station, and those 4 returned from their 6-month mission. Shane Kimbrough saying after he splashed down, it's great to be back on planet Earth.
It's always nice to come home.
It is. And so, not that I would know, you've told me a few times that it is great to come back home.
It's just, it's a long journey, so it is nice to go home to somewhere familiar.
Over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls. The pad crew has departed, and we watch them leave the area as we zoom out. We get ready for launch through these series of polls. The crew will also arm the launch escape system, and fueling of the Falcon 9 will then begin. Launch, of course, set for 9:03 p.m. Eastern, and this will include a 12-minute flight to orbit, and then a roughly 22-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station at 7:10 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, November 11th, which is Veterans Day, and it's not lost on us that we have 2 active military members on this flight. And so it seems fitting, a day that we remember all veterans who have served.
Right, yes, it's important to recognize our veterans, and NASA definitely has a long history of working with the military service. We are a civilian organization, but they do provide some expertise to us. And as you pointed out, we've got 2 active duty military on that flight.
Many test pilots from the military ranks have come through NASA, of course. That was certainly true in the early days of the space program, and it's still true today.
It's still true today, but we also have non-military people such as myself, so we take a lot of scientists and engineers that are not affiliated with the military.
As we look outside at the launch pad at 39A, for those who don't know, this is a very vast place. Kennedy Space Center shares land with the 140,000-acre Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge, so that's why when you're looking there, it's just so dark in so much of the picture. Even when we're a far distance from the launch pad, it's an area that has been preserved for a very long time, for decades going back. And since it is Native American Heritage Month here in the month of November, we should mention that this was land once occupied by indigenous tribes, including the Ais and the Timucua. A quick history of NASA's Commercial Crew program. It all began with the first successful and historic test flight with NASA astronauts called Demo 2. After that, NASA certified SpaceX to fly astronauts regularly to and from the International Space Station. And the first rotational mission was, of course, drumroll please, Crew 1. Shannon, that was a big deal because it was the first time in more than a decade since Space Shuttle retired for longer duration space flights. This was the first one. You were on it, and you flew up there and spent almost 6 months in space.
That's right. We did spend almost 6 months in space, and we make a big deal about this being the first capsule because even though it has made it to space, there's still things that we need to see how it ages during its time on orbit. So we're constantly looking at its systems and making sure that everything is working properly so we can keep crew up there as long as we need them.
And a lot of what you experienced then flowed back into improvements that were made for this brand new spacecraft.
Absolutely. Each time a crew comes back, just as we did, we give comments and what we call lessons learned and maybe some suggestions on how to make things a little bit better. And so SpaceX is good and NASA is good, and they try and flow those improvements in whenever they can.
A lot of those improvements made on this capsule. We've been hearing a little from the crew on board Dragon, currently strapped into their seats, as you can see there, helmets mid-level so they can look below them. They have completed their communications and suit leak checks. They're able to follow all the milestones, Shannon, still ahead on those displays, as you've been telling us, just above them. They are getting insight into all of the Dragon and Falcon 9 systems as we proceed and march ever so slowly towards launch. And then at T-minus 1 hour and 5 minutes, let's go ahead and check in for a status update from John I at SpaceX headquarters. John?
The good news is we've had a smooth countdown, and the SpaceX team is getting ready to pick up the pace here in the last hour. Now, our next major activity happens at T-minus 1 hour when the SpaceX closeout team actually gets out of the blast danger area. They've already left the crew access arm and are leaving the launch complex. That just leaves the crew on board Dragon inside of 39A complex. Now, Falcon 9, as you can see on the screen, the 2-stage reusable rocket. We've done our final propulsion checkouts of the first and second stages, and the engines began just a few minutes ago in preparation for propellant loading. So we're testing and cycling valves on the engine. We're checking the engine pneumatics pressurization system right now. At T-minus 45 minutes, the team will report their readiness for propellant load with a final electronic go-no-go poll. Now, before we can start loading propellant on the Falcon 9, we have a couple of major tasks to perform with respect to Dragon. First, after the poll is complete, we're going to retract that crew access arm that you can see alongside Dragon from the fixed service structure. We're going to move that away to launch position. That'll happen approximately between T-minus 44 and T-minus 42 minutes. With the arm out of the way, the crew will arm the launch escape system. Once these two events are complete, Dragon is ready for Falcon to begin propellant loading. On the weather front, We're also verifying that we meet all the constraints, and as we mentioned a little bit earlier, everything both at ground level and at upper altitude looks good and ready to support an on-time launch in just over 64 minutes. So with everything looking good right now, the range is also ready to support from historic Launch Pad 39A. The worldwide network of ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. Everything is looking good for that instantaneous launch window at 9:03:31 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 2 hours, 3 minutes, 31 seconds Universal Time. As a reminder, once we begin loading propellant, there's no opportunity to change the T0. Timing for Dragon rendezvous with the International Space Station is very precise, down to the second, so we're going to get one chance at it today. But the good news coming up just over 63 minutes and counting, we are go for launch, Jesse.
Great. Thank you, John I. It's always great to hear that we have everything
Dragon
go
SpaceX,
for our
we will be
T0.
cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure at this time. Additionally, you are go for section 6. When ready, report go for launch.
Endurance copies will be cycling some pressurization valves, and we are go for section 6.
Awesome. Just hearing some comms from the teams. Today's launch marks the third time a rotational crew will fly on a commercial spacecraft, and each of our crew members brings a diverse set of experiences to today's flight. Rajachari is the commander of the Crew Dragon spacecraft and the Crew 3 mission. Chari is responsible for all phases of flight, from launch to re-entry. Once on board station, he'll serve as an Expedition 66 flight engineer. He was born in Milwaukee, but considers Cedar Falls, Iowa, his hometown. He is a colonel in the U.S. Air Force and joins the mission with extensive experience as a test pilot. Over his career, he has accumulated more than 2,500 hours of flight time. This will be the first space flight for Chari, who became a NASA astronaut in 2017. He's also a member of the Artemis team, so he is eligible for assignment to a future lunar mission.
And Tom Marshburn is the pilot of the Crew Dragon spacecraft and second in command for the mission, responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Once aboard station, he will serve as an Expedition 66 flight engineer and is scheduled to assume command of the station for Expedition...
Go for launch, 6.4, section 4.100.
Copy, Dragon. You are go for launch.
All right, and that call, Endurance, is a go for launch. Exciting news. Again, Tom Marshburn is a Statesville, North Carolina native who became an astronaut in 2004. Prior to serving in the astronaut corps, the medical doctor served as a flight surgeon at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston and later became medical operations lead for the International Space Station. The Crew 3 mission will be his third visit to the space station and his second long-duration mission. And the Crew Dragon will be the third spacecraft for Marshburn to fly in after the Space Shuttle and the Russian Soyuz. He previously served as a crew member of STS-127 in 2009 and Expedition 34 and 35, which concluded in 2013.
Kayla Barron is a mission specialist for Crew 3. As a mission specialist, she will work closely with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. Once aboard the station, she will become a flight engineer for Expedition 66. Barron was born in Pocatello, Idaho, but considers Richland, Washington her hometown. She earned a bachelor's degree in systems engineering from the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland in 2010, and a master's degree in nuclear engineering from the University of Cambridge in England in 2011 as a Gates Cambridge scholar. Lieutenant Commander Barron earned her submarine warfare officer qualification and deployed 3 times while serving aboard the USS Maine. At the time of her selection as an astronaut candidate in 2017, she was serving as the flag aide to the superintendent of the U.S. Naval Academy.
And Matthias Maurer will also be a mission specialist for Crew 3, working with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He will also become a long-duration crew member aboard the space station. Maurer comes from Sankt Wendel in the German state of Saarland. Before becoming an astronaut, Maurer held a number of engineering and research roles, both in a university setting and at ESA. In 2016, Maurer spent 16 days on an undersea mission as part of NASA's Extreme Environment Environment Mission Operations, or NEMO, space analog. Like Chari and Barron, Maurer will be making his first trip to space with the Crew 3 mission.
Each of these 4 crew members will join Expedition 66 once they arrive at the International Space Station, with Russian cosmonaut Anton Shkaplerov as commander.
Yep, and it looks like we are just under 1 hour from liftoff now. And this day is a continuation of regular crew flights to the space station from U.S. soil. This will be the 4th flight, Dragon. This will be the 4th flight of Dragon with NASA crew and its 3rd long-duration mission to the International Space Station.
And today, our crew is flying the newest Dragon in our fleet, and we'll be taking a ride on board the Falcon 9 that supported the CRS-22 mission back in June of this year. Now, it's been a great countdown so far. Weather is still looking good, so the excitement is continuing to pick up here as we get closer to that T0.
That's right. We started our coverage with Suit Up just over 3 hours ago. The SpaceX team helped the crew put on their suits and conduct initial checkouts before crew walkout. Crew walkout was where Raja Chari, Tom Marshburn, Kayla Barron, and Matthias Maurer gave final goodbyes with friends and family gathered outside of the operations and checkout building before they began that roughly 20-minute ride to pad 39A.
And though it was just after sunset and already dark outside, we did still get some awesome views of those Teslas heading down the NASA Causeway before the crew arrived at the pad. And once they arrived, they all took a brief moment to enjoy the view of the vehicle that they will be taking flight on, and then headed up the fixed service structure to begin a process known as crew ingress, where the astronauts entered the vehicle, and the SpaceX team performed a series of checks to ensure that the suits, seats, and vehicle interactions were all functioning properly.
Then about 30 minutes ago, the team closed Dragon's hatch with the crew safely inside. So again, we're just under 1 hour to go until Dragon starts breathing fire. Things will pick up as we get close to the go, no-go pole to arm the launch escape system and begin propellant loading.
Now, the crew pull for readiness was completed at T-minus 60 minutes, and the Dragon pull for prop load is coming up here in about a minute at T-minus 55 minutes. Now, next up at T-minus 45 minutes after that will be an internal mission control Hawthorne pull, and then the launch director's pull for propellant loading. When we get to about T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract, and the crew will get the call to close their visors and arm the launch escape system. Now, this is the automated system in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during the flight on the ride uphill.
And then once we reach about T-minus 35 minutes, propellant loading for the Falcon 9 will begin. Throughout the countdown, we've been getting some pretty incredible views of the astronauts inside Dragon, making their final preparations, as well as some close-up views of those suits. The teams have often described the suits as an extension of the Dragon spacecraft, almost a mini spacecraft inside of a spacecraft. We're standing by now for that call for propellant loading.
Again, that should be coming up here at about T-minus 55 minutes. So we're just about roughly 40 seconds away from that.
The crew in position, ready to go. Taking a look at those monitors above them.
And from the view that you can see on your screen, we have Raja Chari, the commander of Crew 3, closest to the screen, with Tom Marshburn in the pilot seat next to him.
With everything still proceeding well, let's send it back to the team in Florida. Daryl, how's it going there?
It's going great out here, ladies, and we're here with NASA astronaut Shannon Walker. If you want to get a question in, hashtag #AskNASA on Twitter, and she will do her best to answer your question. And by the way, speaking of social, Kennedy is hosting a virtual NASA social on our Facebook page. People who have joined are posting messages, pictures, and videos with their fellow space fans. And we want to share now 4 video messages that came into our virtual social for Crew 3 that were posted by the last 4 crew members to fly on Dragon. That is the crew of Inspiration 4.
I want to wish the astronauts of Crew 3 all the best on their journey to the space station. It's going to be one heck of a ride. Falcon 9 and Dragon, as you guys know, is an incredible vehicle.
Hi everyone at Virtual NASA Social. I'm Dr. Sam Proctor. I am the mission pilot from Inspiration 4, and I just want to wish Crew 3 an awesome liftoff as they head to the International Space Station.
Hi Raja, Tom, Matthias, Kayla. Hank's here just to wish you well on your mission into space. I couldn't be more excited for you for the journey you're about to go through. Getting into that Falcon rocket with your suits on to have your name on it is a feeling like no other.
Crew 3, I just want to say I'm so excited for all of you. I know that rush of emotion that you're going to feel with your spacesuit on, strapped into the capsule, and you're about to have the best ride of your life. Just laugh the whole way up there like we did.
Just want to wish you all the best, and look forward to exchanging some stories a little bit down the road. Take care. Godspeed, Crew 3.
I love Haley Arsenault saying that she laughed the whole way up.
I can definitely relate to that.
Can you really?
Yes.
Well, what was so funny?
It's an exciting ride. You're just happy.
You're
You
just
gotta
so
laugh.
thrilled.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And whenever she says anything, it always brings a smile to my face. She has such great energy. Well, throughout the program, we've been answering your Ask NASA questions from social media. We have time now for a few more before Falcon 9 fueling begins, and so we'll pop it up on the screen. And Shannon, you've been answering them all show long. We appreciate that. So the question we have up now is, what are your tips for me to go to space? I'm a high school freshman from Poland, dreaming of going to space.
Yeah, so the first thing, the most important thing is to do well in school. We need people who are very accomplished and have lots of different skills, and it all starts with a good education. Now, being from Poland, you're going to have to apply to the European Space Agency to be part of their astronaut program, and hopefully they will have another selection one of these days. But to really do well in school, and then go pursue a field of work that really interests you. What you want to do is do something you're very passionate about, and that really, when you're passionate about something, you're going to do well at it, and it's going to stand out, and people are going to take notice. And so, yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a specific, STEM is good, right?
Right.
But there have been people who have not gone into STEM and become astronauts.
Every astronaut that we have taken on the NASA side has got a STEM background.
Oh, they do, and
yes.
so that is a requirement.
That is a requirement right now. Now, of course, we're starting to fly more people, and there are more opportunities to get to space, so it may not be a requirement in the future, but right now, at least on the NASA side, you need a STEM background.
A STEM background and study hard and get some good grades.
Yes.
Our next question, does it get very hot wearing the spacesuits, or is the material breathable?
Yes, no, the material is absolutely not breathable because you need those spacesuits to hold pressure should something go wrong in the capsule. So you need it to completely contain that atmosphere around you. So they can get a little hot, but the entire time you're in the suit, they're flowing air through it to keep you cool.
You've got an air conditioning system for the suit.
Yes.
Blowing that air around.
Yes, exactly. You need the air to be blown around because you really don't want to end up with a carbon dioxide bubble right in front of your face.
All right. Thank you so much, Shannon, for answering those questions. And keep the questions coming. We appreciate them at #AskNASA. Now we'll send it over to Marie, who is standing by with the Deputy Director of the Kennedy Space Center. Marie?
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here with you, Marie.
And I wanted to ask you about a special connection that you have to Kayla and Raja, part of the Turtle class of astronauts in 2017. You were actually on their selection board. Tell me about that.
Oh, I sure was. In the class of 2017, we had the most applicants ever in the history of NASA, 18,353. And when it was all said and done, we picked 12. course, Raja and Kayla were part of that class. So to see them when they first walked in for their very first NASA interview, and to know now they're on board the Dragon on top of the Falcon 9 rocket, it's just amazing. I'm very excited.
And so much has happened in such a short period of time. You became the deputy director just earlier this year in the middle of a very busy launch campaign. We've seen private citizens launch from here at Kennedy this year. More of that is coming. We've got a regular cadence of these commercial crew missions to station. And we're coming up on the 60th anniversary of Kennedy. So, you know, so much has happened, like we said, in such a short period of time. What do you see ahead for the next 60 years of Kennedy Space Center?
Well, I see it's just getting started now. So this started with a vision. 10 years ago, we flew out the space shuttle, and we had a vision to create the world's premier multi-user spaceport for both commercial and government users. And now you've seen it coming to fruition. So it's just going to be, we have 24 launches now, more launches than any place else in the world. When we finish this year, we should have close to 50 launches, and it's just going to increase more and more.
I want to also ask you about what is in the building right behind us. Of course, the Goliath vehicle assembly building, the Artemis rocket, the SLS Space Launch System rocket is fully stacked. We want to show you a peek inside. Our gigantic moon rocket, there it is. That is the Space Launch System, and the Orion capsule being stacked on top. This is video from late October inside the vehicle assembly building. And now that the rocket and capsule are fully stacked, it stands at 322 feet tall, and that is taller, in fact, than the Statue of Liberty. Quite a sight in there, Kelvin. I don't know if you've had a chance to actually go inside since that stack in October, but it's just astounding. And what do you have to say about that if you've seen it inside, and what do we have to get through before that first launch of Artemis 1?
Okay, I saw it today, and I see it about every week, you know, and it is just humongous to see that rocket and to know that that rocket will carry our astronauts to the moon and beyond, hopefully to Mars. So right now we're undergoing something we call IVT, Interface Verification Test. We'll do that for a couple more days, and then we're getting prepared to roll it out for a wet dress rehearsal. So hopefully that'll happen at the end of this year, early next year. We'll roll it out to the pad, fully fuel it, test all the interfaces, pad, vehicle, and roll it back for a launch, hopefully in February.
Fantastic. Calvin Manning, thank you so much. And by the way, happy Veterans Day a little early. I know you served, so thank you for your service.
Hey, thank you, Marie.
All right, we're going to go over to John Insprucker now in Hawthorne as the action begins to pick up on the pad. John?
We're just inside T-minus 47 minutes. We're listening right now to the countdown net, waiting for the SpaceX launch director to discuss the propellant load and launch poll results and give final instructions to the launch team. At this time, we have completed all checks on the Falcon 9 and the Dragon spacecraft. We're also checking with the Dragon mission director to make sure that they are ready to go. And right now we're waiting to listen for that launch director to come up. Now we have been checking, as I said, with the Dragon mission director, also NASA launch manager, to make sure they're ready. Now you can see on the screen right now, Falcon 9 on the pad, crew access arm alongside the Dragon capsule. Earlier you saw the vehicle assembly building during that previous interview. The Falcon and Dragon launch team, as well as key members of NASA, are in the Launch Control Center, which is just adjacent to the vehicle assembly building. And as you saw earlier, if you were with us, they've got a view straight towards Pad 39A through the large windows of Firing Room 4. Now, going back to the current screen view, you can see the crew access arm. That arm, once we finish the readiness poll and instructions to the crew, or instructions to the launch
attention
team.
On countdown net.
And here it
the
comes.
Poll is complete, and teams have pulled go for propellant load and launch. And stand by for hold
SpaceX
and
launch
escape
director
protocol.
says poll is complete. And he's
For
preparing to brief
non-urgent,
the hold
no-go conditions,
and
brief
safety
CE or
protocol.
LD, and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed to the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying solely on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. For those in firing room 4 here at KSC, in the event of a fire alarm, operators noted below 56.80 will remain at their post while the alarm is evacuated. In the event that personnel safety is threatened, evacuate to south-facing emergency exit leads directly outside. Launch control at this time, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Just over T-minus 44 minutes. We're going to send it back to Daryl and the team at Kennedy Space Center as we get ready to move the crew access arm.
That's right, John. We are waiting that big moment here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. As we do, we are T-minus 43 minutes and counting, and just got some.
Retraction has started.
And there is the retraction. Great shot of the Dragon moving. It's not moving. The crew access arm is.
Is moving away from it, yep. And you can see that from inside the Dragon as well.
And there it goes. When you're in the capsule, can you see that?
You can. You have windows that are at pretty much your foot level, and you can see a little bit out. So you do see that moving away, and once it's gone, you know it's just you and the rocket.
There's the camera pointed directly at Dragon. Great view there. You can see the strong back at the top.
Oh, that is a fantastic view.
And this crew access arm can move faster than it's doing right now under certain circumstances, right?
Absolutely. If it needs to go back to being up against the capsule, it can move quite quickly, actually.
It was just not too long ago, about an hour ago, that we saw the astronauts walking down that very crew access arm. Now it is rotating away from the rocket.
Just one more step closer to launch. An important milestone.
Absolutely. I'm enjoying just watching the various parts of the launch pad go by
yes.
as we look out that.
Yeah, you don't often
arm.
get that view, so
No.
it is, might as well soak it in while we've got it.
There's nobody inside that arm. There's nobody on the pad. The only people who are there are the 4 astronauts inside that SpaceX Dragon capsule. You can see the water deluge system to the left, out the opening there to the white room.
Crew access arm retraction complete.
And we just heard the call out that the crew access arm has completed its retraction away from the rocket. And so up next,
Dragon SpaceX, you are go
We
for
wanna do a
section
little-
7 of 4.100. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
And there's copies. We're go
And that's
for
what's
section 7
up
of
next.
4.100.
arming the launch escape system. And while we await that, let's take a social question.
Oh,
for
that
Shannon.
sounds like a great idea.
Michelle Stone asks, as an astronaut, what moment does it become real that you are about to launch to space?
You know, Michelle, it is right about now. So you know everything else has happened according to plan, and this is really the final bit before you launch into space. So anything had gone wrong previously, the access arm was there and you could just exit the capsule. Now it's just you and the rocket.
Closed. We're arming the launch escape system.
And arming the launch escape system, as we just heard that call, is a major milestone.
Because, you know, if for some reason something were to happen, that's how you're getting off the top of that rocket.
That is correct. If something happens, if it's detected on the ground or by the systems on the Dragon or that Falcon 9, it will engage that launch escape system and that crew will go shooting off that rocket.
Let's take another question now. Shannon, been doing so well with these questions.
I love answering questions.
Well, excellent. Here's another one. Are there pre-launch rituals and activities that the crew go through before launch?
You know, we do have some, I would say, traditions, and it's kind of interesting now that we're in the commercial
Launch escape system is verified armed.
Okay, the launch escape system is armed.
Endurance copies, we see the same.
So we have traditions that come from the Apollo days. We've got traditions that we actually experienced over in Russia when we were flying on Soyuzes, and so we sort of combined a few. A lot of them, as you've seen earlier, involves the crew sticking their stickers on various places.
Yes, yes. Everywhere you can.
Everywhere we can. We want people to know we were here.
And one more question for you, Shannon, as we await the loading of propellant into the Falcon 9 rocket. Hey NASA, while watching the launch of Crew 3, I noticed the astronauts have a little mirror on their suits on their left arm. What are they for?
Yes, good eye to notice that.
Good eye.
Good eye. Yes, that mirror is actually will let you inspect your spacesuit to make sure everything is fine. So once you're in the spacecraft by yourself, if you open your visor and you need to shut it, you want to make sure, in my case, that your hair is not crossing the boundary and would interrupt the seal that is necessary to keep that pressure on the inside. So they use that to make sure their spacesuit is in perfect condition.
How about that? I hadn't even noticed it. It is wonderful when we get these questions from the viewers and the people who are watching, because they're looking so closely.
They are looking closely, and it's great that people are picking up those details.
Well, let's take another one then, since we've got some great questions coming in. Can you keep your spacesuit after the mission?
Oh man, I wish I could keep my spacesuit. I don't know where I would put it, but no, unfortunately we are not allowed to keep our spacesuits.
You couldn't stuff it and put it in the foyer?
I suppose I could. That would be a bit pretentious, don't you think?
But you know what's interesting is if you don't keep it, it is made exactly to your specifications. So
what do we do with it? So, yeah, actually, after a flight, the spacesuits go into rotation for training. And so at this moment, Samantha Cristoforetti, who is about my size, is using my spacesuit for her training while her spacesuit is being built.
Ah, okay. So they really are used again, but not for spaceflight. They go into a life of training.
That's correct.
Great questions, folks. We really appreciate these. These are some good ones. And Shannon,
in approximately 25 seconds. Expect loud venting.
So we're getting a call out as we prepare for propellant loading. And you see the crew there, Crew 3.
And they have their visors closed, so they are ready. They have them closed before the launch escape system is activated in case, activated in case it needs to be put into action. They will be safe in their suits.
Another safety measure. As we are here at the Kennedy Space Center taking another question from social media. Shannon, what was it like to feel the weightlessness of space for the first time?
Oh, that is such an interesting feeling when that happens. Of course, I felt it for the first time on the Soyuz spacecraft. When we got into space and the engines cut off, to me it felt like we were sort of tipping forward. I felt like I was floating forward in my harness that was holding me down.
Huh.
Don't know why. I don't think we were, but that's what it felt like.
Yeah. And not too long after you get up into space, don't you get ready to sleep in anticipation for getting to the space station?
It really depends on your profile. So what the Crew Dragon will do is what we did on our flight up, also had a 22-hour-ish rendezvous. They will go through systems checks, make sure everything is working on the Dragon, and then they will have a sleep period before they do the final rendezvous.
And I want to ask a follow-up on this question.
Okay.
What's it like to sleep in space? Like, what happens? Does your head what does your head do, and how do you get comfortable with not being against anything?
It is interesting to sleep in space. It is actually pretty comfortable to sleep in space, but it does take a little bit getting used to. I will tell you, the first time I was up there, for about the first month, I would wake up in the middle of the night and feel like I needed to turn over. But of course, that's not going to do you any good in space. So that's just part of adjusting to learning how to sleep in space.
There's certainly no pressure points, are there?
There are no pressure points. You're just tucked into your sleeping bag.
Are you restrained?
You have a sleeping bag on the space station. You have a sleeping bag that's inside your crew quarters, and that sleeping bag is attached to the wall. So you sort of float inside your sleeping bag, which is attached to a wall.
All right. Great job, Shannon. Thank you for all the answers to the questions there. And thank you, folks, for sending them in. They were wonderful. We enjoyed them. And Shannon did a great job of answering them. Just a few seconds away from prop load.
Good job, everybody. Propellant load has started.
And there we heard the call out.
Yes.
This rocket is being loaded with propellant.
Yes. obviously another major milestone, and that is something that is very obvious to the crew. They can feel it loading into the tanks. It starts low down at the bottom of the rocket, but as the propellant gets, the tanks get more full, it gets more vibrations and louder as it gets closer to the crew.
Yeah, you can hear that inside the capsule, right?
Definitely hear it. You know something big's getting ready to happen.
Absolutely. Well, we are T-minus 34 minutes and counting away from the launch of Crew Dragon's third flight with astronauts and the second for 2021. Today begins the next 6-month rotation mission to the International Space Station. The launch escape system is armed, as we just heard, which happens just before we have started loading propellant onto Falcon 9. That propellant is now flowing into Dragon. The Dragon capsule was loaded with its propellants about a week and a half ago, just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragonland. And in order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer. So for the fuel, we use monomethyl hydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for the oxidizer. Together, these propellants feed the Draco engines that must maneuver Dragon on orbit, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario. And again, that fueling, it is flowing. And that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside Crew Dragon are ready. If needed, they can launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant, should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad. And the NASA and SpaceX teams have trained extensively for exactly that type of contingency. So we'll send it over for now to SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne for an operations update with John I.
We're counting down those final minutes. Everything's still looking good for Falcon 9 and Dragon for an on-time launch just over 32 minutes from now. Falcon 9 did begin propellant load on time at T-minus 35 minutes. You can see Falcon 9 on the pad, the first and second stages. They're being loaded with 2 liquid propellants. One is a fuel loaded into a tank at the bottom of the stage. The other is an oxidizer that loads into the tank at the top of each stage. The fuel that we're using to power the Merlin engines is a refined kerosene, referred to as RP1. And the oxidizer loaded on each stage is densified liquid oxygen, or LOX. Now, densified is the term that we use to describe that we keep it much colder than typical for launch vehicles, and that allows it to take up less volume, and therefore we can put more liquid oxygen onto the first and second stages. Now, to ignite the fuel and oxidizer in the Merlin rocket engine, we use that favorite ignition fluid called T-Tub. Now, when T-Tub comes into contact with oxygen, it'll burn, and that gives off a green-colored flame. Once we've got the flame going, we add the kerosene fuel into the Merlin engine chambers, and the engine ramps up to full power. You probably won't be able to see the green flash at ignition of the 9 Merlin engines on the first stage, but you may see it on the second stage engine when it ignites following stage separation about 2 minutes and 48 seconds into flight. We're now beginning to top off helium into pressure vessels on both stages. We've been quiet for most of the countdown, but now we're going to squeeze that last little bit in, make sure that the tanks are fully up on the pressure vessels. We'll use that gas to pressurize the propellant tanks in flight. The Merlin turbopumps will be pulling propellant out of the stage, and we need to take up or make up that empty space with hot helium. Now, at the very top of the stack is the Dragon spacecraft. The astronauts are monitoring their systems while propellant is loaded into the Falcon 9. We heard them talking about the noises of propellant loading.
Stage 1 cryo-helium
And in this case, the crew training in the simulator also includes playback of sounds that have been recorded in the Dragon capsule during recent flights. Good news on the range, they are ready to support. They've been doing the balloon launches. They've been making sure that the air and sea space is clear, and they are go to support launch. And the good news on the weather front, a little while back, the launch weather officer came and reduced the probability of violation from 30 to 20%. The biggest thing that we're going to be looking for is precipitation, and that's less than 10%. The wind speeds are low, probably about 5 miles per hour or less. So everything is actually looking good. Now, as a reminder, we do have an instantaneous launch time for tonight's countdown. So from this point on, if we hear hold, hold, hold for any reason, we'll have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity tomorrow night, which is about just under 24 hours from tonight's planned launch. But with that, everything's looking good, and we're going to turn it over to Jesse and Courtney for an overview of what comes after liftoff.
Great, thank you, John. We love good news. For Crew 3, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 22 hours.
As we await T-0 in just about 28 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of systems checks to make sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for launch. You're looking at a live view of our teams at the Cape as they prepare for liftoff. As we wait for the launch clock to hit 0, we wanted to give you an overview of what the ascent portion of the mission will look like.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from the historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent.
At about 50 seconds into flight, Falcon 9's engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. It's worth noting that once we hit max Q, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Now, once we are through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our 9 Merlin engines again. Now, from there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that will happen in rapid succession.
First is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which is our second event. This is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to the Earth for landing as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event. SES-1, or second stage engine start number 1, is where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage, along with our Crew 3 astronauts, into orbit.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. The first is the entry burn, where 3 of the 9 M1D engines will reignite and then shut down. Now, this helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
While the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its 1 Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once that happens, we will wait for confirmation of a good orbital insertion.
About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn is just a single engine burn, but it's powerful enough to bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship at about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
And while Falcon 9 first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. At about 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it will begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage. It's worth noting that these are not the Super Draco engines that would be used during an abort scenario.
About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin. It will take roughly 4 minutes for the nose cone hooks to unlatch and open, exposing its guidance navigation controls, or what we call GNC, that will help the Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
And lastly, once the nose cone is deployed, the remaining Draco thrusters on the forward bulkhead will be checked. From there, over the next 22 hours, Dragon will be in its rendezvous and approach phases, undergoing a number of phasing burns as it makes its way to the International Space Station. All that will be coming up soon, but for now, let's check back in with Sandra in Mission Control Houston. Sandra.
Thanks, Courtney. The space station team here in Houston is focused, and the critical systems on the station continue to function normally. The teams have verified the command path from the ground up through our constellation of communication satellites to the space station. Everything is nominal, and the station will be ready to receive Dragon tomorrow. Once the crew arrives at station, they'll join Expedition 66. While on board, their official designation will be flight engineers for most of their expedition. At the back end of their journey, Tom Marshburn will assume command of the station from current space station commander Anton Shkaplerov. Flight Director Rebecca Wingfield is on console now, leading flight controllers in Houston for launch, and will also lead teams for docking tomorrow. A reminder that a launch today will take about 22 hours to get to station. with the docking to the Node 2 forward port scheduled tomorrow, November 11th at 6 p.m. Central Time. Once Dragon is fully docked to the station, the team here in Houston will assist the Dragon and space station astronauts with leak checks as they work to open hatches on both Dragon and inside the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch open to take place approximately 2 hours after docking. That's it for us here in Mission Control Houston. I'll send it back over to the team in Florida. Daryl?
All right, thanks, Sandra. We are back here at the Kennedy Space Center, circling about that mock Dragon behind us.
Yes, pretty. It's a pretty capsule.
This lady right here flew on one, Crew 1, not too long ago, and had an incredible experience, 6 months up on the International Space Station.
Yes. 6 months. It's hard to believe that I've been home 6 months already, but
here you are,
here
ready to watch a launch.
Watching the next one go.
T-minus 23 minutes and counting. And if you're just joining us, we are ready for the third astronaut rotational flight and mission to the International Space Station under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Commander Raja Chari, pilot Tom Marshburn, and mission specialist Kayla Barron. There you see them. They are strapped in along with Matthias Maurer, ready to fly inside Crew Dragon Endurance. We can see them live as well as outside. The Falcon 9 rocket fueling operation is well underway. The launch escape system is armed, and that means Crew Dragon is prepared to launch itself away from the Falcon 9 rocket in the case of an emergency on the pad or after liftoff. So far, operations look and sound as expected, and we are just counting down to that liftoff at 9:03 p.m. Eastern Time. You can see the steam as it comes off, the condensation as it comes off the rocket. I've noted in past launches that as it fills with fuel, the entire first stage begins to let off, and it kind of gives you a marker of exactly where in the rocket they are. It's almost like a little fuel gauge.
Exactly. Yep, because the fuel and oxidizer are cryogenic, they are extremely cold, and so you just see them condensing the air around it. And of course in Florida we've got lots of moisture in our air to condense.
We sure do. There's some onshore flow, a weather pattern that is bringing moist air off the Atlantic Ocean, and so with this lit up, we should see a lot of this condensation coming off this particular rocket. The mission is the continuation of rotational crew flights to the International Space Station from U.S. soil on private rockets and spacecraft. This would not be possible without the success of NASA SpaceX Demo 2 test flight last year and the safe delivery of Crew 1 astronauts, including my co-host Shannon Walker, to the space station last fall for a long-duration mission. Crew 1 is back home, of course, and we have one of the mission specialists with us right here today. As you're counting down, we're only 21 minutes out from launch, Shannon. What is going through your head in this moment?
Boy, this is really, things get even more intense and more exciting. You can feel the rocket being fueled. You know you don't have too much longer, so you're really thinking about what you're going to need to do as soon as those engines light.
T-minus 21 minutes and counting. The excitement levels rising for the crew inside. Crew Dragon Commander Raja Chari, he'll be making his first trip to space. And as commander, he is responsible for all phases of flight, from launch to re-entry. Chari is a colonel in the U.S. Air Force. He holds degrees in astronautical engineering and aeronautics. Chari is also a combat veteran, having flown F-15E aircraft during Operation Iraqi Freedom and deployments in the Korean Peninsula. As a test pilot, he has accumulated more than 2,500 hours of flight time in various military aircraft. His pilot is Tom Marshburn, sitting right to his right. You see Chari there on the left. Marshburn is suiting up for his third space flight. As pilot, he is responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. He previously flew on the Space Shuttle Endeavour and STS-127 and on the Russian Soyuz.
Load complete.
In Expedition 3435, while helping to assemble the International Space Station on STS-127. In that flight, Marshburn performed 3 spacewalks totaling almost 19 hours. It was just go, go, go. A North Carolina native holds degrees in physics and medicine. In fact, he was an emergency medicine doctor.
Yes, he was.
Mission specialist Kayla Barron, she's about to make her first trip to space. In this role, she will work closely with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic phases of flight. The Washington State native has degrees in nuclear engineering and systems engineering. As a submarine warfare officer, she was a member of the first class of women commissioned into the submarine community, and she deployed 3 times while serving aboard the USS Maine. And lastly, on the end there in this shot is mission specialist Matthias Maurer. He will be making his debut spaceflight. He will be the 2nd European astronaut to fly on Crew Dragon. Maurer is from Sankt Wendel, Germany, and is a doctor of materials science and engineering. He is the inventor of more than 10 patent applications, and he joined the European Astronaut Corps in 2015. Maurer has spent 16 days in underwater training during a NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operations Challenge, and he's trained in sea survival training off the coast of China. And an interesting note about Maurer, he will become the 600th person in space. 600.
Yes, even though all 4 crew members will be traveling to space at the same time, we have to assign numbers, and he is number 600.
He's landed on that big milestone. Chari gets 599. Barron is 601. What was Shannon Walker?
You know, I believe I was number 518, but don't quote me. I could be wrong, but it's in the early 500s.
We'll take a look at the NASA history books and
yes,
we'll figure it out. Each of these 4 crew members will join Expedition 66 once they arrive at the International Space Station, where Anton Shkaplerov is currently commander of the space station. You spent some time as the commander?
I spent a very brief amount of time as commander. Right at the end of our crew's time up there for about 2 weeks, I was commander after the Soyuz crew left.
All right. It was short?
Sweet.
But you were in charge.
I was in charge.
Sweet. All right, let's go over to OSB2 and check in with Marie Lewis. Marie?
All right, thank you, Daryl. I am here with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
What a pleasure. What a great evening. Looks like the rain has given us a break.
Yeah, it's clearing up. We've got a great view of the pad, and this must bring back quite a few memories from you. You launched from Pad 39A some years ago, and this is your first crew launch here as the NASA Administrator. What has this experience been like for you so far?
Well, just to have an opportunity to try to offer some leadership to this fantastic organization where the impossible is routine, and it's just such a tremendous organization. You know, it's been voted the best place to work in the federal government for the last 9 years straight.
Stage 2
so
launch load
is
has
it
begun.
any wonder that everybody's excited all the time? And here's another reason what we're going to do tonight.
Absolutely. And you launched on the Space Shuttle 61C years ago. How did that experience change you, and how do you think it's going to change the astronauts that are going to space for the first time tonight?
It happens to every space flyer when you look back at Earth from the position of Earth orbit and you see this beautiful creation, our home, the planet, suspended in the middle of nothing. It makes you want to be a better steward of our planet. It's extraordinary. As you orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, and then, of course, the properties of microgravity in space. We're learning how to make new materials, new drugs. All of these things are going to come in a commercial operation that we're taking off the surface of the Earth and we're taking to space, and Now we'll take it to the moon, and then who knows? We're going to take it on out into the cosmos.
And speaking of the success of this program, years ago, over 10 years ago, this program started. You were a part of that. There were a lot of skeptics at the time in the aerospace industry about shifting this low Earth orbit to commercial industry and this partnership with SpaceX. And here we are now. What does the success of this say about what we can do when we do it together?
And still, today, people have difficulty making that transition, but the proof's in the pudding. And the pudding is out there on Launch Pad 39A right now. A commercial operation with considerable NASA help and oversight, because when it comes to the safety of our astronauts, NASA's going to be all over it. There's the proof. A very successful commercial operation.
NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, thank you so much for your time. Daryl, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Marie, and Administrator Nelson. Some good words there about our future exploration plans. Want to remind you, if you listen on radio, you can catch the frequencies for our local radio. If you're in the area watching out at one of the locations, you can check it out on local amateur VHF radio frequency 146.940 and UHF radio frequency 444.925. You can see it on your screen there. So if you need to step away from whatever you're viewing it on, be it your laptop, your tablet, you turn on your portable radio and you'll be able to listen in. Now, as we get ready to launch in the final few minutes, we want to take a look at some pictures that have some particularly significant meaning to the crew. Here they are, Crew 3 with their booster, a pre-flown booster. Crew 3 will fly aboard a new Dragon capsule, but that booster is pre-flown. This one launched CRS-22 to the International Space Station 5 months ago, and looks like they're giving it some love.
Yeah, it's always a good idea to hug your booster. It's pretty special to get to actually go touch the rocket that's going to take you into space.
Well, it's about to pin them back into their seats here in just a few minutes. At the time of launch, 9:03 p.m. Eastern, the space station will be flying 258 miles over the North Atlantic, about east of Newfoundland. You can see here the track of the International Space Station, and then from that moment, it will be catching up to the International Space Station once it leaves the coast of Florida. And with T-minus 12 minutes and 30 seconds until liftoff, we want to focus now on the pad as we proceed through the final stretch of the countdown. We'll turn it over to Hawthorne to take us through the launch and ascent. John?
Thanks, Daryl. It's just over 12 minutes, and everything is still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon. Falcon 9 did begin propellant loading on time at T-minus 35 minutes. The RP-1 fuel loading on the second stage, you can see up at the top, the white cylinder at the very top of the stack. Fuel loading on that stage is complete. Fuel loading is continuing on the first stage. We're about 80% of the way full, and it will finish up at T-minus 6 minutes. The densified liquid oxygen loading is also underway on the first stage. We're about 3/4 of the way full, and we began loading liquid oxygen on the second stage about 5 minutes ago. Now, liquid oxygen loading is the last thing to finish. We'll wrap up first stage at T-minus 3 minutes, second stage at T-minus 2 minutes. Coming up, we're going to do final checks of various engine systems. Our thrust vector controllers are going to be moved. We call them TVC wiggles, where we move the engines back and forth slightly. We'll also be moving throttle valves on the engines to make sure that they are responding to commands from the ground in preparation for flight. The Dragon mission director has reported their team is working no issues. We're going to hear from Dragon in about a minute here on the countdown. Their comm checks are complete. You can see the access arm is retracted. The launch escape system is armed. Crew is strapped in and they're ready to go. They'll get their final instructions at T-minus 10 minutes. They'll be told to configure their displays for launch, and that setup will give the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding and provide them constant updates on vehicle health. At T-minus 5 minutes, we'll be in terminal count, and Dragon will go to internal power, and we'll hear continued call-outs on the countdown net as we get closer to liftoff. And finally, easy to say, range is go, weather is go. So right now, Courtney, we're coming up on T-minus 10 minutes. One of the things that we'll hear on Dragon flights that we don't hear on other ones is the abort call-outs during the countdown. Can you enlighten us a little bit on what goes on with that?
Yeah, John, great to hear that everything is going well. We're continuing to track that Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for launch. But just in case anything were to happen, Dragon is fully prepared to initiate an abort. Upon liftoff, you'll be hearing number and letter combinations on Dragon's trip uphill, which will mark different abort zones throughout the flight, the numbers signifying the stage of flight and the letter as the abort
Dragon
zone.
SpaceX,
The
confirmed
first
crew displays are configured for launch.
Copy. Endurance displays are configured for launch.
And copy that. Crew 3, we are honored to have you at the controls today as the first crew to fly aboard Dragon Endurance. We wish you a great mission, field look, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Thanks, Sarah. And sometimes when you try to fly on Halloween, you get a trick instead of a treat. But how honored and appropriate to get to fly Endurance on Veterans Day. We're proud and honored to represent the SpaceX and NASA teams as we head to the ISS to live and work on groundbreaking science for the next 6 months.
And there we have it, some final words from the crew aboard Dragon, and a good luck from the Corps here on the ground to the crew. John, with everything still looking good, that next milestone of engine chill is coming up next.
That's right. The next major event that we have is T-minus 7 minutes. It's what we call the engine chill event. The big thing that happens there is we open the pre-valves that feed the Merlin 1D engines. So super chilled liquid oxygen will be trickling through the inlet to the Merlin turbopumps, and that'll help chill those turbopumps down before we hit them with the full flow of liquid oxygen during the ignition sequence in the last 3 seconds before T0. So what we'll hear as a call out says stage 1 engine chill has started. We'll be monitoring all 9 engines to make sure the aux fuel pre-valves are all open. We're also chilling down second stage engine as we get ready for launch. And you'll hear an additional chill down of the second stage called out once we get into flight, a little bit before 2 minutes into flight, when we'll do a final chill of the upper stage engine turbopumps. And if you might be able to hear behind me here in Hawthorne, a lot of energy. Folks are gathered around Mission Control Center, watching on the big monitors as we get ready for launch in just over 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, in addition, as I mentioned before, as we get ready at 7 minutes to open the pre-valves and begin the engine chill sequence, we're also getting ready then to move into check-out reviews. The fuel trim valves are being cycled. Make sure that those are working. We use that to throttle the amount of propellant going through the first stage down to the engines as we go through flight. Coming up on T-minus 7 minutes, we'll listen into the countdown now.
Stage 1 engine chill has begun.
So you've heard it. We're through another milestone. Next one coming up here at 6 minutes.
Yep, that's right, John. And that RP1 kerosene is filling that second stage. We're anticipating a little longer for that first stage to be completely filled with that RP1 refined kerosene. Liquid oxygen will continue to flow through the first and second stages up until the final few minutes before launch. That next call will be that the stage 1 RP load is complete, coming up now in about 15 seconds.
Stage 1
We'll
RP1
stand by
load
for that
complete.
call now. And confirmation, we have a complete fill of RP1 on the first stage. Now the first and second stage are completely filled with that RP1 kerosene. Now just under 6 minutes to launch until that instantaneous launch window today. The next milestone will be for Dragon to transition to configure for terminal count, and that's when Dragon's onboard computers will take control of the vehicle, and Dragon will be on internal power, no longer relying on those lines from the ground. From there, Falcon 9 tanks will pressurize for strong back retract. That'll be another visual milestone. The clamps just below Dragon's trunk will open, and the strong back will tilt back just 2 degrees, then right after liftoff back to 45 degrees. Again, RP1 kerosene filled on both the first and second stages. Liquid oxygen continues to flow through on the first and second stages. Standing by now for that call that Dragon has transitioned into terminal count.
Dragon isn't configured for terminal count.
Falcon 9 propellant tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
All right, John, some good calls. Dragon is now on internal power, and Falcon 9 propellant tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
Yes, thanks, Courtney. What we're waiting here now is the call out for strong back is retracting. This will be a two-step process. First, we'll spend about half a minute opening up the arms that clamp around the second stage. And there's the call out. The sequence has begun. So we'll slowly open up the arms around the second stage. We might get a view if we've got a close-up of the camera. Then once the arms are open, the strong back alongside Falcon 9 will retract about 2 degrees away from the rocket. It'll stay there all the way through liftoff, and then as Courtney mentioned, at liftoff, hydraulics will then pull it down to about a 45-degree position above ground, and that'll give us the final clearance. It's that strong back right now that is providing the liquids, the gas connections, the electrical connections to the launch vehicle, especially the second stage. We're hearing some of the venting of the vehicle as we are pressurizing and depressurizing at various steps. As we get ready, you'll see a burst of depressurization there on the second stage.
That's right, John. We're also anxiously awaiting the stage 1 liquid oxygen is complete on the first stage. You should hear that call coming up here shortly.
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
And confirmation that the stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Now, right now, LOX is going to continue loading on second stage. That'll wrap up at T-minus 2 minutes. Dragon's gone internal power. Now again, at T-minus 2 minutes, we'll finish liquid oxygen loading. And then a typical event, we will drain the propellant lines that go along the strong back, and we'll typically get a large cloud of condensation at about 90 seconds before launch as we see the propellants come back down off of the strong back to prepare for liftoff.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
Dragon is in auto idle.
All right, Falcon 9. With that, Falcon 9 is fully fueled. We have fuel on both the first and second stages, and both stages are filled with liquid.
Loud venting.
Filled with liquid oxygen. Dragon is also in auto idle. The flight computers on board Dragon maintaining their calculations, standing by for the T-0 mark. That next call out will be that Dragon is in countdown. Standing by now for that call.
FTS is armed, Falcon 9 is in startup, and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
All right, the final minute before launch. Just 47 seconds to go. Everything is
Dragon,
ready for an
SpaceX,
on-time launch today.
Go for launch.
Endurance copies. Go for launch.
Ground teams are ready, and Crew 3 is ready for liftoff, heading for that instantaneous launch window. "20 seconds to liftoff."
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. And liftoff. God. 3.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Laboratory in orbit, the International Space Station. Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1, propulsion is nominal.
And that's the call we want to hear. Good performance on that first stage so far.
T plus 30 seconds. Falcon 9 powered by 9 Merlin 1Ds. Pushing Dragon into low Earth orbit on the way to the International Space Station.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Stage 1, throttle down.
And we're into the throttle bucket in preparation for max Q. Getting ready to throttle the engines back up.
Stage 1, throttle up. Max Q.
Stage 1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That 1 Bravo call is for the second stage abort mode on the first stage. That is going to take them through the first stage, burning just before the second stage activates off the coast of North Carolina. That next milestone coming up shortly will be MVAC chill underway.
MVAC chill underway.
There's the call out. We're getting the second stage engine turbo pumps ready for their ignition coming up in just a little more than 40 seconds. We've got the major events coming up here shortly. We're going to get main engine cutoff at 2 minutes, 36 seconds. The stages will separate, and then the second stage will ignite, carrying Dragon on its way into low Earth orbit. Everything continues to look good.
Stage 1, throttle down.
Stage 1 throttling down at 3.5 Gs. Getting ready for MECO.
MECO. Stage separation.
Stage 2 Alpha.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
All right, we have ignition of the second stage. And you saw that green flash of that T-TEP fluid. And Crew 3 is now on their way to the International Space Station.
On the left side, first stage, you can see the titanium grid fins coming out, the streaks of the exhaust of the second stage engine going by, and the lights of Florida down in the background.
Acquisition signal.
That's right, and on your right, that second stage glowing. With that red color we like to see, indicating everything is proceeding well. Now 3 minutes and 40 seconds into flight. Everything's still on track.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory
And that
nominal.
Call out of acquisition of signal Bermuda, that just means the Bermuda ground station has the signals from the second stage of Dragon and Falcon 9.
Now, currently on the first stage, we are coasting to apogee, beginning a slow 180-degree pitch, so that when the vehicle comes back through the atmosphere, the engines are pointed down towards the drone ship when we do the relight. Relight for the entry burn will come at T plus 7 minutes and 30 seconds, 3 minutes from now. Currently, the first stage about 166 kilometers up, continuing to coast to apogee for another brief period.
Meanwhile, that second stage still propelling the Crew 3 astronauts up the eastern seaboard, and it will continue to fire. That's about a 6-minute burn to deliver the astronauts into orbit.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Endurance copies.
And a good call out from the ground teams.
I always love to hear trajectory nominal, and the crew gets to hear it too on the call out.
Acquisition of signal, New Hampshire.
And the New Hampshire tracking station has acquired the telemetry signal. Five minutes and 30 seconds into flight today, everything is still proceeding nominal.
And Courtney, right now on the second stage, it's such a large amount of propellant. It takes a while for second stage to really accelerate. The crew right now looks like they're pulling about.
Trajectory nominal.
Looks like we're pulling about 1.5 Gs.
Yeah, right on cue, those check-ins on the second stage performance. Everything is still looking good on that second stage. The next milestone on the second stage will be SECO. And we're getting our views now from inside of Endurance, our first views of the crew on their way to the International Space Station.
We're 1 minute away from entry burn of the first stage. Hopefully we'll get a camera view back on the first stage as we light the 3 engines to come back into the Earth's atmosphere.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Endurance copies.
Another good check-in with the crew, confirming everything is still looking good so far on both ends. That next milestone coming at 7 minutes and 30 seconds will be entry burn start.
Currently waiting for the call out from the SpaceX propulsion responsible engineer that the 3 Merlin 1D engines have lit to begin slowing down the first stage prior to entering the Earth's atmosphere.
Stage 2 FTS is safe. Stage 1 entry burn is in startup.
We've heard stage 1 entry burn is startup. We've lit the center engine. We've got the 2 side engines, 3 engines running. This is a 27-second burn. This will slow the first stage down. We'll then enter the atmosphere where the grid fins begin to work, and then we will fire the single center engine as we approach the drone ship.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
Confirmation entry burn shutdown.
And meanwhile, that second stage is less than a minute away from cutoff.
Stage 2 in terminal guidance.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
There's that call for Shannon.
Stage 1 is transonic.
Stage 1 decelerating as we prepare for entry burn, but our attention is right now looking at stage 2 as we get ready for shutdown.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
And the second stage has done its job. Our Crew 3 astronauts have been delivered into orbit.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Landing leg deploy.
Endurance copies. We feel SECO and SILE confirms we are in space.
Dragon, SpaceX, launch escape system is disarmed.
Stage 1 landing is confirmed.
And we've heard the call out. Stage 1 landing is confirmed.
Loss of signal Cape and acquisition of signal Newfoundland.
Some great call outs. That next milestone is spacecraft separation around 12 minutes into flight. Getting a view now of the Crew 3 astronauts from a camera aboard Dragon. The crew now coasting in low Earth orbit, still attached to that second stage. Again, that next milestone coming in about 2 minutes. That second stage will separate, and Crew Dragon will be flying free.
And Courtney, right now, the Falcon 9 second stage is still attached to the Dragon capsule. When it's time, Dragon will command separation from the Falcon 9 second stage. Right now, that second stage, under control of its flight computer, is essentially going through a sequence to idle the second stage, make sure we're not pulsing any of the cold gas thrusters, the engine has been purged out. Essentially anything that might cause motion of the second stage, we're making sure that all of that is eliminated so that when Dragon separates, it's got a very stable platform to move away from. I believe the cheering in the background, they're getting video back of Falcon 9 first stage on drone ship as we get ready for Dragon separation.
That's right, John. Separation coming just 10 seconds from now. Standing by for that call.
Expected loss of signal Wallops.
And again, we are standing by. There we go.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Endurance copy, CSA.
Dragon, CE, welcome to orbit. Hope you enjoyed the ride from F9. Dragon will take you from here. Safe travels. Stand by for words from LD.
And Endurance, LD here. On behalf of the SpaceX launch and recovery teams, it was a pleasure to be part of this mission with you. Enjoy your holidays amongst the stars. We'll be waving as you fly by. Cheers.
Wow. Incredible views of the crew now in orbit on their way to the International Space Station.
It was a great ride, better than we imagined.
And some final words from the crew as well. There they are, our Crew 3 astronauts. Now in orbit. That next milestone will be the deployment of the nose cone. That'll be about a 5-minute process. It'll expose those forward bulkhead Dracos and will prepare them for checkouts as well.
Hey, Courtney, watching them in zero-G right now, working their displays, it looks so easy, but we had the benefit of watching the launch team, the spacecraft team, the NASA team, everybody working here for the last weeks, working through this, and it's good to see it come out looking just so easy right now.
Yep, it's been a long time coming, and we're so excited to see them in orbit.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
Endurance copy, VCSA will be opening advisor shortly.
Well, it was a beautiful launch from here at Hawthorne headquarters, at SpaceX headquarters here in Hawthorne. I can't imagine how the launch looked from over at Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah, pretty incredible launch. We also got to see their zero-G indicator on the screen. It looked like a little turtle, so I'd love to hear the story behind that. But an amazing launch, an amazing day so far.
Yeah, that's right. And with that, we'll go ahead and send it back to Kennedy Space Center. Daryl, how was the launch from your end?
Well, it was simply stunning. Thanks. We're back here at the Kennedy Space Center with Shannon Walker, Crew 1 astronaut, Michelin specialist from that mission. Wow.
Wow is right. I mean, it was amazing. It's always so impressive to see a launch live, and what always strikes me is you get to see it and then you hear the sound after it's gone for a few seconds. It's truly amazing.
The delay in the sound coming to us, but we're seeing the sights. And when it lifted off, there was that low cloud deck.
Yes.
So it like lit up the clouds, it lit up the ground.
It was one of the most impressive launches I have seen.
And that rumble was probably one of the loudest I've heard. I don't know how to explain that.
I don't either. I mean, it seemed louder to me than most launches, and it was really rattling this whole setup where we are here.
Just a boom, and then we saw the zero-G indicator. Yep. A turtle.
A turtle, of course, because there's turtles on board.
2 turtles on board, and of course they had to convince the other 2 astronauts to let them do turtle, right?
Right.
And apparently they did.
I don't know how. I don't know who won that arm wrestle, but I guess it was the turtles.
It was the turtles. All right, we're joined now by Frank Davina, ESA's program manager for the International Space Station. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations.
Yeah, good evening. Yes, indeed, beautiful launch. We have our second astronaut flying on Crew Dragon after Thomas that just returned last night. That was in Cologne. Welcoming him in Cologne after his space mission, and now I'm here to see off Matthias. It's great times for the European Space Agency.
What a turnaround that must have been to be in Cologne, there with Thomas, coming back, and literally just days later seeing off one of your ESA astronauts, Matthias Maurer.
Yeah, it's a great time for us because we have 2 astronauts back to back, and we will also have Samantha Cristoforetti that will fly in April next year. So for the first time, we will have for 1.5 years permanently ESA astronauts on board of the space station. So it also shows that ESA is really stepping up to the game. We are more and more engaged in the ISS, but also in the lunar program with our NASA colleagues in the Gateway. We will have 3 astronauts flying to the Gateway before the end of this decade. We are doing a new astronaut selection, so exploration is really also taking off in Europe.
And how did you enjoy the launch? Were you watching from the 5th floor of the Operations Support Building?
No, I was actually in the LCC.
Oh,
and,
wow.
So I was able to go outside and go on the staircase on the outside on the fifth floor there or something like that. It's really amazing. Like you said, you see the light and then the sound, and you're really on the stairs there. You feel everything rumbling. So it's a really amazing launch.
Now, you two are familiar with each other, Shannon Walker and Frank Davina.
Yeah.
Yep.
Explain that.
Well, we have a common job, and so American astronauts work with these astronauts, and so we actually go way back.
Yeah, we go way back because we were together in training actually. When I was doing my mission in 2009, Shannon was also in training on Soyuz. So indeed, we go way back, and we have worked a lot together.
So tell me, did you get a chance to talk with Matthias before, in the days leading up to launch?
Yes, I talked a couple of times with him, not as much as I would have wanted because again the launch was a little bit delayed and I had to be back in Europe welcoming Thomas, but I think he's very motivated. Of course, it's his first flight. It's always like this. Of course, also a little bit curious what's going to happen because it's different. A second flight and a first flight is totally different. At least for me it was, because you go into the unknown, and it's always a little bit scary to go into the unknown. You know that the people expect a lot of you. Matthias has a whole science program, not only an ESA science program, but also for the benefit of NASA, JAXA, and of course every astronaut wants to perform to the best of his abilities, and of course that also brings these thoughts with him. But I told him that he was excellent in training, and I'm sure that he will do a great mission as well.
ESA Program Manager for the International Space Station, Frank Davina, thanks for joining us in the post-launch interview. We really appreciate it, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's send it over to Marie Lewis at the Operations and Support Building with another guest.
Thank you, Daryl. I'm here with NASA Associate Administrator Bob Cabana. This is your first crew launch officially as Associate Administrator. How was the launch tonight for you?
Oh, it was fantastic, Marie. What a beautiful evening for a launch. You know, it's like I tell folks, don't take pictures, experience it. And it was another great experience seeing those 4 guys take off into space on top of that Falcon 9 on that Dragon. How amazing. What a great partnership we have with SpaceX to enable that. I couldn't be more proud of our team and what we've accomplished.
And we now officially have more than 600 people who have been to space. Matthias was number 600, Kayla Barron is number 601. What do you think about the trajectory that we're on for human spaceflight going forward?
Well, it's absolutely outstanding. You know, what we want to do is enable a commercial economy in low Earth orbit so that we can focus on that really hard job of exploring beyond our home planet, going to the moon to learn what we need, going to the moon in a sustainable way so that we can learn what we need to go on to Mars eventually, establishing that presence in our solar system beyond our home planet. And to do that, we want to commercialize low Earth orbit and get as many folks as we can go into space. And that's what we're enabling right now. I think it's an amazing time for America's space program. We are definitely at an inflection point on how we are commercializing space.
And how about the future of the International Space Station in particular? I know that's near and dear to you because you helped build it. I mean, on 4 different space shuttle flights, you were one of the first people to cross the threshold into the space station.
You know, I can't believe it's been, you know, almost 23 years since that first mission, that we've had crews on orbit since 2000. I mean, anybody that is 21 years old or younger in the world has never known a time that there weren't humans living in space. So, you know, I think it's so darn outstanding.
And what do you want to say finally to the NASA and SpaceX teams that have gotten us here today? We're in this regular cadence of missions, and also to our international partners.
Well, first off, I want to say thank you. Thank you for all your dedication and hard work. You know, this is not an easy job. It is a huge challenge to safely get humans to and from low Earth orbit. And the partnership that we have with our international partners, with our commercial crew partners, you know, it has enabled this space economy that we have right now. I can't wait until we get Gateway around the moon. Again, an international partnership as we go back to the moon in a sustainable way, it's absolutely outstanding. So I think the future that we have in space is amazing, absolutely amazing. What a great time to be part of America's space program.
Absolutely. Associate Administrator Bob Cabana, thank you so much for joining us. And happy Veterans Day, a little early, and happy Marine Corps birthday.
More importantly, yeah, that's right, 246 years young. Happy birthday to all the Marines. And, you know, thank you for everybody's hard work that makes NASA such an awesome place to work, #1 in the federal government. This is an amazing team, and I couldn't be more proud of them.
All right, thank you so much.
You bet.
Daryl, we'll send it back to you.
And Bob, thank you so much. And now you're looking at a view of the first stage of the Falcon 9 rocket, which has landed back on a drone ship out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The view cut out during our live coverage, but now you see it there. It landed, and it was a beauty.
It was. That is so amazing that they do that time and time again.
It flew CRS-22. It flew Crew 3, and it'll fly again.
Yes, it will.
Now, just a quick update on the launch operations. The nose cone from the Dragon has deployed off of it.
Yep.
And so that allows it to dock.
So absolutely, that's one of the key milestones, getting that nose cone open. You've got some engines underneath the nose cone, and of course the docking apparatus that allow it to dock to space station.
That's ready to go, and now the astronauts will prepare for their 22-hour, roughly, journey to the International Space Station.
They will. They'll probably have a snack and then get some sleep.
All right. In the meantime, how about we do a social question?
Oh, great.
One
Let's do
last
that.
one
Let's
for
do
Shannon
it.
Walker here at the Crew 3 launch broadcast. Let's take a look, and here we go. Hi, NASA. I'm talking here from Brazil, and would you like to know, they would like to know, how it feels to observe all the beauty of the planet from above. Your view when you were looking back at Earth.
You know, it's really, really hard to put into words, but when you first get into space and you can look out and you see the curvature of the Earth and you see the land masses and the oceans and the clouds, it's a lot to take in. But it's truly amazing what you can see from up there. And as the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said before, it really makes you feel like you want to be a good steward of the Earth, because from above you can see how fragile everything is.
Absolutely. And now, Raja, Tom, Kayla and Matthias are going to see that view.
Yep.
3 rookies on board as they go on their way to arrive at the International Space Station around 7 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. And we are going to stay on the air for continuous live coverage along their entire ride to station through our coverage here at Kennedy Space Center. It's going to conclude. We'll turn it over to teams in Hawthorne and Houston to take us through the next phases of the Crew 3 mission, all the way through hatch opening, and then, of course, the welcome ceremony for the crew. Shannon, I've watched those ceremonies on TV, but you've actually done it. There's a lot of like air hugs in space.
A lot of hugs in space. It's really nice to greet a new crew coming on board and seeing your friends coming across the hatch. It's special.
And for those of you watching online on YouTube, take a look at the description below. You will find a new link for the Crew 3 Coast Phase. That live coverage will continue at that location in just a bit. If you're watching on NASA TV, you won't notice a thing. Coverage will continue. And also, we want to let you know that there is a post-launch news conference. It is scheduled for 10 p.m. Eastern Time right here on NASA TV. Again, a post-launch news conference scheduled for 10 p.m. It will be on a teleconference, I'm hearing, not on NASA TV, but you can go to NASA Go Live. You'll find it there. And you can find mission updates on Twitter along the way, at NASA, at SpaceX, and on the web at nasa.gov. And before we sign off, of course, I want to thank astronaut Shannon Walker for being here. Thank you so much. It was such a joy to have you here, answering questions, giving your insight, and watching the launch with you.
Thank you very much. It was my treat and my pleasure to be here.
Make sure you come back soon and watch another one.
I will do it.
All right. Huge thanks also to all of our guests for joining us today, and thank you all for watching. We're going to leave you now with highlights from the journey to orbit off Earth for the Earth. I'm Daryl Nail for Shannon Walker. Good night, everyone, and keep looking up. And there's a wide shot of the room with the 4 Crew 3 astronauts. We have Commander Raja Chari, Pilot Thomas Marshburn, Mission Specialist Kayla Barrett, Matthias Maurer. And here they are, the 4 Crew 3 astronauts as they walk down the hallway on their way out of astronaut crew quarters. And here they are, indeed, the Crew 3 astronauts taking their first steps outside before their journey to space.
All stations. Crew have walked out and ready for revolutions.
There they go. There's a view inside the crew access arm as they make their way looking out the windows. We'll watch Tom ingress to the Dragon capsule carefully. Watch your head.
Yep, watch your head, watch the seals.
4 crew members of Crew 3 now inside Dragon.
And you can see the suit techs are there helping them get strapped in. Initial comm checks are now complete. Next up will be seat rotation.
As you can see, the hatch being closed right there. And there is the retraction.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. And liftoff.
Laboratory in orbit, the International Space Station. Vehicle is pitching downrange. And that's the call we want to hear. Good performance on that first stage so far.
T plus 30 seconds, Falcon 9, powered by 9 Merlin 1Ds.
speed, John Glenn. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
2, 1, 0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, Roger. Go for deploy.
Thanks, Karen, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good evening and welcome back to Mission Control Houston at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones and I'm joined with SpaceX's Kate Tice this evening. If you're just joining us, from our previous coverage, we had a successful launch of Crew 3 from Kennedy Space Center earlier this evening, just a few minutes ago at 8:03 p.m. Central Time. This is NASA's third official long-duration mission for our Commercial Crew program. The crew of NASA astronauts Raja Chari, Kayla Barron, Tom Marshburn, and ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer, are in orbit and on their way to the International Space Station.
Hi everyone, I'm Kate Tice and I'm a senior certification engineer here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. We've had a very exciting day so far. We had the crew suit up at the NASA ONC, or Operations and Checkout building. The SpaceX team helped the NASA astronauts suit up in preparation for heading to the launch vehicle. Following that, we had ingress, where the crew ascended the 265 feet to the fixed service structure and then crossed the crew access arm. The crew then boarded the Dragon capsule and performed final checkouts, including suit leak checks, prior to closing the hatch by the SpaceX team. Of course, we had liftoff on time at 9:03 p.m. Eastern, followed by a successful Stage 1 landing. After that, we saw Dragon separate from the second stage and enter the preliminary elliptical orbit. And last but not least, most recently, nose cone deployment. So the nose cone stays attached to Dragon throughout the duration of the mission, and we opened it to reveal Dragon's bulkhead Draco thruster pods, and that's what will be required for upcoming orbital maneuvers.
It's been a busy day so far, but as we said, the mission has really only just begun. Right now, NASA astronauts Raja Chari, Tom Marshburn, Kayla Barron, and European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer are on their way to the International Space Station. At this hour, they have doffed their spacesuits, which just means they've taken them off as they prepare for their roughly 22-hour journey, and will be here with you for the entire trip.
We're now waiting for Dragon to move into the phase burn. There are 5 major burns where Draco thrusters will ignite and bring the spacecraft close to station before we begin final approach maneuvers. Our initial orbit after Dragon separated from Falcon 9 was 200 kilometers by 190 kilometers. Those values represent the orbit apogee, or the highest point over Earth, and the perigee, or the lowest point over Earth. That means the orbit isn't a perfect circle, but rather is elliptical. We're going to see Dragon raise its orbit using the Draco thrusters over the coming hours as it chases down the space station.
first major burn is the phase burn, which is performed at the first apogee of the initial orbit and raises Dragon's perigee to a higher altitude. That's the next major milestone that we're looking towards. And that actually should be starting any second here. It's set to begin at 8:50 Central Time, so we'll listen for the call out that that phase burn has begun. And we did just hear confirmation that that phase burn has begun. That phase burn is going to last approximately 7 minutes. This burn will use Draco thrusters located both on the forward bulkhead or the very top of Dragon and around the service section or lower part of the Dragon capsule. The thrusters located on the bulkhead are used primarily for these delta velocity burns, which will gradually raise Dragon's orbit over the coming hours. There are 4 of these thrusters, and they're located beneath the nose cone until it is deployed.
In addition to those 4 bulkhead Draco thrusters, there are 12 more Dracos located in the service section, which is the area along the lower part of the Dragon capsule. These will be used in every burn and are primarily there to help maintain Dragon's attitude, which is especially important when doing the finely tuned approach into docking. They can also be used for smaller translational maneuvers.
And we're about 2 minutes into that 7-minute burn. We're now 4 minutes into that scheduled phase burn that is set to last 7 minutes.
As we mentioned before, this is the first of 5 major burns where we're utilizing the Draco thrusters. These are currently ignited and are helping to bring the spacecraft closer to station. These burns are meant to help bring the spacecraft closer to station prior to those final approach maneuvers.
Just about 2 minutes remaining in the phase burn. Now less than 1 minute remaining in the phase burn.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal burn.
And we did just hear that
Same seats 1 and 4 are docked, and we'll work on seats 2 and 3. Additionally, we've got 4 water bottles out of bag 207. The empties will go back in there. And then one note, we saw a thermal 2 camera on all the displays, shows up like as all green and pixelated. We're not sure if that's just not activated yet or if that's something to take note of.
Copy, Dragon. Seats 1 and 4 are docked, working on 2 and 3. 4 water bottles from bag 207. And on thermal camera 2, at this time, it is turned off, so likely you will not see anything but green.
That checks. Thanks.
And we did get confirmation that that phase burn was successful. You just heard some words from Rajachari to the ground, sharing that 2 out of the 4 crew members have doffed or taken off their spacesuits to get comfortable for the approximately 22-hour ride to the International Space Station. The other 2 crew members are working on removing their spacesuits as we speak.
Next up, the crew is going to have their PMC, or Private Medical Conference. These are standard for every astronaut flying in space and happens regularly while crews are on the space station. They're able to talk directly to NASA medical doctors, also called flight surgeons, on the ground, talking through their health and getting feedback on their current status.
That's exactly right, Kate. And following their private medical conference, they're going to begin their first meal period of the flight, which is something that we get questions about a lot. Each crew member does have breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a snack for both the nominal descent and descent profiles. So that's 3 meals plus 1 snack for each crew, going each direction for a total of 24 meals, or 8 snacks. There's also a little bit of extra food on board in case there was a situation that were to require it. And of course, there's plenty of water on board, about 64 liters or almost 17 gallons.
This totals 48 meals and 16 snacks on the vehicle, which covers nominal and contingency ascent and descent profiles. These are MREs, or meals ready to eat. They're essentially prepackaged meals ready for consumption without any heating or addition of ingredients. This is slightly different from the food on the International Space Station that is rehydratable. The difference being that these are ready without any water needing to be added. So slightly different from some of the meals that the crew will have on board station. And of course, we are in November, so there are a few special foods launching on this flight as well. A look ahead to Thanksgiving dinner. This includes smoked turkey or roasted turkey, cornbread dressing, which is rehydratable, as well as mashed potatoes, candied yams, which have been thermostabilized, butternut squash, sweet and savory kale, and of course the dessert, cran apple.
That sounds like a pretty good Thanksgiving dinner to me, and the best part is they don't even have to cook any of it. Another big tradition with our crew members is their ultimate meal, which they eat before their launch. The crew members do get to choose what they want to eat for their ultimate meal. And for Crew 3, they chose fish, sandwiches, burgers, and chicken for their entrees, as well as bacon-wrapped asparagus, French fries, salad, and waffle with strawberries as their side dishes. And to round it out with dessert, they had fresh fruit, ice cream, chocolate chip cookies, and peanut butter pie.
That sounds like quite the spread. I think waffles are an excellent choice for anything referred to as an ultimate meal.
And peanut butter pie, too. How can you possibly go wrong?
The crew's first in-flight meal is about 30 minutes away still. As we said before, these are MREs, or meals ready to eat. Slightly different in type of food than the food that they will have on the International Space Station, which is largely rehydratable food. The food that they have inside Crew Dragon for their journey to station do not require rehydration.
And while we wait for that crew meal period to begin, you can send us your questions about food or otherwise using the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll be sure to answer them live on air.
Dragon SpaceX for next burn.
Go ahead for endurance.
For awareness, the next burn is going to be the boost burn, currently scheduled at 7:21 UTC, consistent with your tablet timeline.
Endurance copies. Next burn as scheduled for the timeline.
Additionally, at this time, if you guys would still like it, we can support a private medical conference with the surgeon.
Endurance copies. We are ready for the PMC when you are.
And copy that. The next call you will receive will be from the flight surgeon on Dragon to Ground Private.
Endurance copy, stand by.
And we did just hear some confirmation about the upcoming private medical conference.
As we mentioned earlier, these PMCs, or private medical conferences, are standard for every astronaut that flies in space and happen quite regularly while the crews are on station. It's during this time that the crew is able to talk directly to the NASA medical doctors, also called flight surgeons, located back on the ground. And it's the opportunity that the crew has to talk through their health and get feedback on their current status. If you've just joined us, the Crew 3 crew is in space. They lifted off from Kennedy Space Center at 9:03 p.m. Eastern Time. And at this point, they have completed the first of 5 major burns needed to put them on trajectory to catch up to the space station. The crew is currently undergoing their private medical conferences, and up next, in about 20 minutes, will enjoy their first in-flight meal.
Dragon SpaceX, com check on Dragon to ground public.
Endurance has you loud and clear.
Loud and clear as well.
Throughout the broadcast, we'd like to take your questions from social media using the hashtag AskNASA. And the first question that we have is, how long does it take for the crew to arrive to the International Space Station?
That's a really great question. It will take the crew about 22 hours to arrive to the International Space Station. They are set to dock to the space station tomorrow evening at 6:10 p.m. Central Time. But before they do that, they'll have a series of several burns that take place. One of those was the phase burn, which was successful and concluded just a short time ago. And following that, the next major burn is the boost burn. The boost burn raises Dragon's orbit to just 10 kilometers lower than the station, and that's followed by the close co-elliptic burn to place Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. That means that we're maintaining an orbit roughly 10 kilometers lower than the space station. But we still have a little bit of time between those burns, and we'll be with you live covering the entire trip to the International Space Station. Like we said, that trip takes about 22 hours for this launch opportunity. So be sure to tune in and stick with us as we dock tomorrow around 6:10 p.m. Central Time.
Along the way, Crew Dragon Endurance will make stops at various points upon its approach. These different waypoints allow teams to evaluate the status of the vehicle and readiness of the space station to receive it. These checkpoints include outside the Keep Out sphere and the Approach ellipsoid, 2 invisible boundaries around the station. Both of these boundaries are monitored for all visiting vehicles, whether crew or cargo.
The approach ellipsoid comes first, which measures 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 4 kilometers around the station in a shape sometimes referred to as the pizza box. To enter the approach ellipsoid, the vehicle must be 24 hours safe, meaning it wouldn't move inside that line even if it lost control of its movement. The approach ellipsoid also marks the location where joint operations begin between the space station and SpaceX teams. Next up comes the Keep Out sphere, which has a 200-meter radius. To enter the Keep Out sphere, the vehicle must be 4 orbits safe, meaning it would stay outside that radius even if the ability to control the vehicle were lost.
The waypoints inside the Keep Out sphere are unique to SpaceX and give an opportunity to serve as hold points for the vehicle. Waypoint 1 comes just before the vehicle crosses the Keep Out sphere and aligns it with its docking target. Waypoint 2 is only 20 meters from the station and is a good place to hold for lighting if there might be more preferable conditions. This is where Dragon makes sure it's perfectly aligned with the Node 2 forward port. About 5 minutes after leaving Waypoint 2, Crew Dragon makes its contact with its new home, the International Space Station. Over the last nearly 21 years, crews aboard the space station have completed over 3,000 scientific and educational experiments, and Crew 3 is prepared to add to that growing number. Once Crew 3 arrives at the space station, they'll spend the next 6 months working in our orbital laboratory. Having more crew members on board significantly expands the amount of research that can be conducted.
Not only will the crew be contributing to hundreds of experiments, they'll also be bringing some with them on Crew Dragon. Spaceflight affects human bodies in numerous ways, including how the immune system functions. The food physiology investigation documents if the effects of dietary improvements will also improve immune function and the gut microbiome, and if those improvements can help crews better adapt to spaceflight. An enhanced understanding of food's effects on physiology in microgravity can help scientists continue to improve the spaceflight diet and crew health. Resupply hardware for the food physiology study is on the Crew Dragon spacecraft, along with our 4 Crew 3 astronauts. Once in orbit, the astronauts will collect biological samples to provide data to the scientists back on the ground for continued study of how dietary changes affect living in microgravity.
Uniform protein crystal growth, or UPCG, is aboard Crew 3 and will return to Earth in just The study aims to leverage this quick turnaround and microgravity to grow a batch of near-perfect nanocrystals of riboswitch RNA, which is responsible for switching individual genes on and off. Once returned back to Earth, researchers will quickly analyze these nanocrystals using the X-ray free electron laser, a powerful atomic imaging technology that allows users to create a movie of the structural changes taking place during a critical process that only lasts milliseconds. This process has not been observed due to the inability to grow large enough crystals on the ground. Findings could help researchers better understand the process of gene switching, as well as advance the atomic imaging technology itself, which has potential applications in biotechnology and medicine.
And including hardware to support new science onboard station, Crew Dragon is carrying more than 400 pounds of NASA cargo today. This also includes crew supplies, spacewalking equipment, and equipment for scientific investigations.
And once Dragon is ready to come home, the teams will pack several hundred pounds of cargo inside the capsule to return to teams on Earth. If you followed along with the action earlier in the week, you know that Crew 2 returned on Monday. They carried more than 530 pounds of hardware and science samples for researchers back to Earth to analyze from more than a dozen research projects. They were also able to bring old or failed parts from station systems, giving technicians on the ground a chance to analyze hardware up close and potentially refurbish and refly parts to the station. While we're bringing you coverage of the Crew 3 on-orbit operations, we are taking your questions from social media. Be sure to use the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll get to as many of your questions as we can. The next question that's come to us is, what is the time zone on the International Space Station, and how did they decide to use it?
Well, the International Space Station truly is an international collaboration between many countries and time zones across the world. So in order to keep it all straight, we use a universal time, Greenwich Mean Time, so that folks, no matter where they are on the Earth supporting International Space Station operations, can all be on the same page.
Up next, the crew is scheduled to have their first in-flight meal. Each crew member has a breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a snack for both the nominal ascent and descent profiles, 3 meals plus 1 snack for each crew going each direction for a total of 24 meals and 8 snacks. To account for contingency requirements such as a longer ascent or descent-free flight periods, each crew has an additional day's worth of food, i.e. 3 meals plus a snack, and that's for both ascent and descent. So 24 more meals and 8 more snacks. They also, of course, have water up there with them, 64 liters or almost 17 gallons.
And for some of the foods that they will be eating on their ascent and descent later on in approximately 6 months.
We're about 10 minutes into the suit drying time. We trashed 4 mags and seat 3 bottoms in the waste container.
Endurance, I copy all. 4 mags and 1 set of bottoms in the waste locker.
As the crew continues to step through some procedures with the ground, we were talking about some of the foods that are on board for the crew to eat on their journey uphill. On board, they have a variety of entrees, including chicken and beef fajitas, chicken with peanut sauce, barbecued beef brisket, and smoked turkey. For some of the sides that they can enjoy, they have mixed vegetables, tomato basil soup, applesauce, wheat flatbread, and of course they have dessert. They have cherry blueberry cobbler and a few snacks as well, including some nuts, dried fruits, and some fruit bars as well.
after the crew meal completes, the next major activity will be the boost burn. After a calculated time based on what the orbital data shows us, the boost burn raises Dragon's orbit to just 10 kilometers lower than the station, followed by the close co-elliptic burn to place Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. This means that we're maintaining an orbit roughly 10 kilometers lower than the station.
Come back on board with video.
Endurance, you're welcome.
And that call from the ground, we may be getting some video views back on board Dragon here shortly if our satellites allow us to have that imagery. The boost burn is targeted to start in about an hour from now at 10:50 Central and will last about 4.5 minutes. After this burn, our crew will be in an orbit at Dragon's apogee or highest point and will be about 10 kilometers lower than the station. We'll have just 3 major burns left before we get to integrated operations and Dragon's final approach. And one correction on that boost burn, it's set to begin in almost 4 hours from now rather than 1 hour from now.